as a young lecturer, usually when I go to class, I ask students, I call their names to speak. I don't wait for them to raise their hands. Because everyone is waiting who will take the first shot. But it looks like the gentleman on this side who's wearing white wants to take, the one looking behind. It looks like he wants to take the first shot. So maybe let's pass the mic to him. Yeah, please just introduce yourself so we know you. And feel free, if you didn't learn anything yesterday, feel free to tell us. It's fine.
Yeah, of course. Well, first,
Please introduce yourself. So
my name is Matthew Onojikofi Omonode. I'm a member of the Delta State House of Assembly. I represent Ughelli North Constituency 1. Yesterday, the session we had, basically, we talked about oversight. And we looked at the realities on ground and how we'll be able to navigate our ways while maintaining our independence as a legislative arm, also hobnob with the executive on policies that will be impactful on the lives of our people. So, in as much as we take cognizance of the constitutional powers, given to us as legislators, by way of oversight, we also have the burden to also realize the fact that representation is ultimate. How we will ensure that the dividends of democracy will be altruistically distributed for the benefits of our people. So it's going to be a win-win situation for us. Thank you.
Can you give the man behind? So since he was looking at you, I'm sure he wanted to prompt you to speak. So.
Hello. My name is Kabir Dahiru Sule, representing Taroni constituency, Mukano State. Once again, I would like to say good morning to you all. And yesterday we had a very interactive session whereby we understand the need for legislators and the governance together with the judiciary to work together in order to achieve the necessary and the desired outcome that the progress that is needed. And we have learned a lot, whereby we have seen situations whereby governors are taking the whole power, merely turning the house into something else. But going forward, now we have learned the ways and the tricks, whereby we will talk with them, we will engage in dialogue, so as to have a mutual understanding in order to drive forward the state and the nation at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's someone here.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am Honorable Modo, Aloysius Modo, from Ebonyi State, representing Ebonyi Northwest. Yesterday was very, very useful. I learned that in all, legislature, executive, and the judiciary work to ensure welfare of the people of Nigeria. And that's the summary of government. Two, insofar as legislature, executive, and the judiciary work in achieving the welfare of people of Nigeria, we should be mindful of the fact that legislature is independent to an extent. Though the independence is not all that absolute, but we should be mindful that the fulcrum of government is legislature. So yesterday was very, very, very useful, and we are going to do well as young legislators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Good morning, my honorable colleagues. Yesterday's session, I'm Dewan Gabriel. I represent the good people of Pangshin North State Constituency, Plateau State, YPP. Yesterday, for some of us that were in the minority party, short to say one-man gang, I it was very, very interesting because we learned how to manage the House in terms of, because like myself, we're having issues with the speakers. Sometimes they bring issues, and when they notice that you are about to make some observations from the minority part, the way they treated us in the assembly. But yesterday, to God be the glory, with the help of the Speaker of Oyo State, he was able to clarify us and give us some tips on how to manage those kind of challenges. Secondly, about the oversight function of the House members, there was a very clear explanations, and we learned a lot about the advantage of us engaging in oversight functions as legislators. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any last contribution? Okay. All right, thank you very much for sharing those. Let me invite my colleague, Tolu, to briefly highlight what were the key takeaways from yesterday's session. Please help me welcome Tolu.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, honorables. Yes, I believe we had like an impactful session yesterday. So I'll be giving a brief summary of all that happened yesterday. So yesterday began with a welcome remark by our director of program by the name Cynthia Mbamalu. And in her remark, she urged young legislators to recognize that Nigerians' success is intertwined with the success of each legislator. Thereafter, we were honored by the presence of the former chairman of the Young Parliamentarians Forum, Honorable Kabiru Tukura. We also had the deputy head of delegation by the name Alexandra Borg. He was here yesterday, and he mentioned that in his remark that it is better to have an imperfect democracy than no democracy at all. Also, in his remark, our executive director, Samson Itodo, did three significant things yesterday. He announced the movement of the NotTooYoungToRun Movement, the transitioning of the NotTooYoungToRun Movement. He also announced the NotTooYoungToRun Leadership Prize Award, which is an initiative of Yiaga Africa. And the prize is bestowed on young legislators to celebrate outstanding legislative performance in the National and State Assembly. And the prize focuses on just under 35 years. And the reward is a leadership fellowship. Thank you. $20,000 cash award, as well as speaking opportunities on 2 international events on democracy and leadership. Lastly, yesterday, that was before the end of the opening remark, the report on young representation in the legislature was launched. And it's a report that analyzed the data of elected candidates in the 2023 election. And the data was relied upon on the information from INEC. Moving on, then we had a syndicate session yesterday, which was divided into 2 streams. We had stream 1 and stream 2. And the first stream focused on navigating the institutional and political dynamics that shape executive-legislature relationship. It was meant to be an interactive session. So it was, the style was to have a facilitator and a moderator. So for the first stream, we had Senator Ita Solomon Enang. That's the former chairman, Senate Committee on Rules and Business. He facilitated the session. And the session was moderated by Dr. Mohammed Amali. And during the session, the senator emphasized on key points. And the key points, he mentioned that the legislative arm is the first arm of government and it is independent. And it is important to know that the executive, the power to remove or impeach the executive is relied on the legislature. And during this session, a question was asked by a legislator from Benue on budget allocation and financial autonomy between all tiers of government. And the facilitator, he read the 5th alteration of the Constitution, explaining that every tier does not need dependency on the other arm. And that while the executive arm drafts a budget, it is the responsibility of the legislator to scrutinize every budget before it's been approved. He further mentioned that the day the executive and the legislative arm are in sync, then that is the beginning of a problem. Furthermore, at the second session, distinguished Senator Yusuf Abubakar, he facilitated the session and he emphasized on the importance of the Constitution as a guiding instrument for the relationship between the executive and the legislature. And the section focused on the legislature's expectations, such as the 3 cardinal points, which is the lawmaking, oversight, and representation. He further called to work together, for legislators to work together for the improvement of the constitutional amendment. So that was what he mentioned. And then there was a break, there was lunch, and later on we reconvened for the second session. And the second session focused on understanding legislative oversight, tools for achieving results. During the second session, the facilitators focused mainly on the major tools of oversight. And during one of the sessions, one of the facilitators mentioned in his remark, he emphasized majorly on legislative oversight as a prerequisite for the success of legislative arm of government at all levels. He further explained that the duty of the legislative arm is to promote the will of the people and not that of the executive, and that the idea of convergence is to rebuild and repair the area in which the legislative arm have derived their roles and responsibility. Then the session ended with a notion stating that the mandate of the people is to be respected in all. That it is better for us to understand that your representatives, your lawmakers, and one thing that stands out is the mandate of the people. And that should not be neglected. So in short, that was the summary of everything that's happened yesterday. And I believe that the session of today will be more impactful. I wish you all an impactful session. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Tolu, for that succinct summary of yesterday's proceedings. So what will happen today, and in a short while we'll break into groups. We start this morning's session with a discussion about beyond elections, what's next. And to again underscore why we structure this, yesterday we made the point that we understand all of you have undergone induction trainings. Are we right to assume that? We're right to assume that, because we also know that NILS has been conducting these trainings for you. So we recognize that. What we are doing here is to give you a space to ask and interact, at a closer range. Around some of these topics. And I hope that yesterday's session gave you an opportunity to speak and to share, because the goal is to create that space, because usually these trainings don't give you the opportunity to have that one-on-one interaction except you make, your own personal effort. And this morning we're glad to have very experienced resource persons who will be speaking to us on the issues that we've outlined today. Yesterday, and like Tolu mentioned, we didn't share the flyer for the prize, and some of you have come up to ask questions about the leadership prize. And just to reiterate that the prize is for only those who are under 35 at the time of election. So it means you must have been 35 by February of this year. So if you are above 35 in February this year, we apologize, you are not qualified for the prize. But for everyone who is under 35, you're qualified for the prize. And there are three major things which we talked about yesterday. We've talked about the fellowship, it's part of it. So there are flyers that were given to you, so please feel free to read them. Again, we also note that there are some young legislators who may not have been part of this process that you know. Please feel free to share this information with them. And in the weeks ahead, we will be releasing additional information about the prize, about the selection panel, and also the methodology and how we're going to arrive at this. And the goal is just to inspire, leadership, celebrate leadership, and please do help us spread the word out there. So, I haven't said that yesterday. Are there any announcements? Okay, so we will split now, and if you were in this hall yesterday, please remain here. If you're not, this is the time where we humbly ask you to proceed to the hall where we would have the first session. We would like to plead with you. Please, we have 3 sessions today. Yes, we have 3 sessions today. And so we're trying to run against time. And yesterday, after lunch, it was very difficult trying to pull people around. Please, we want to implore you. Please, let's try to keep to time. Once it's lunch and tea break, please find your way to the hall so we can start. Because the more we delay, it will take us way into the night. And the last session is a very important session that everyone should be part of. And so please be part of all of these sessions. I've had, honorable members who have been on this journey over the last 2 elections, and they've talked about how the Convergence has really transformed them. And so please make use of the resource that you will come in contact with in those rooms when you go for your sessions, because these sessions, they are important, they are for you. And to also note that we didn't just come up with these sessions. Before the Convergence, we hosted a design meeting. We brought legislators who have done this before, and then brought new legislators who were coming to this afresh, and then brought the experts who designed these programs. And some of these people who were part of the design for this content, they are actually here, they are resource persons. Rukayat was here. I saw Kefas, he was here for the design meeting. I see Professor Aderemi. There's also Honorable Tunji, some of those who joined us in designing this. So everything you see on this agenda is carefully designed and tailored to address some of the gaps that we identified in the course of our interaction with young legislators. So please make valuable use of the resources that will come your way. And please tap into the experience of those who are in the room. There are also legislators who have gone on this journey before you. Please try to interact with them, try to learn from them. The Speaker of Oyo State who was here, he's been part of Convergence from inception till date, and he's got a lot of experience. I know those of you who were in his session yesterday, in the other room, there's so much experience and resource that he has. So please, we encourage you to interact with one another so you can learn from each other. And what we have seen worked in the last 10 years is this sort of co-sharing, this peer-to-peer learning. It's really an effective way of building your own capacity. But again, that is if you are actually determined to make a difference. And our sense is everyone, who has gone through the hustle and bustle of securing votes to win an election. You didn't just win the election to just sit down and warm the benches in your legislative houses. You did so because you wanted to make a difference. And here is an opportunity to help you make that difference that you want to make. And we invite you to continue to seize this opportunity that is made available to you. So thank you very much. The next time we will convene as a whole will be for the last session on the Young Parliamentarians Forum. And we hope that we will be back here at, what time? I hope we'll be back here at 3 p.m. For that particular session, because I see there's some mistake somewhere on the agenda. Okay, is there a question? Okay, so can we pass the mic to them? Can you be very brief, because our facilitators are here and we want to get the conversation. And please forgive us if we are very strict with time today. Thank you.
Good morning, my distinguished honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Raymond Okechukwu. I represent the good people of Enugu East Rural Constituency in the Enugu State House of Assembly. Please, my question is simple and direct. Because of mix-up, we're unable to be here yesterday.
Okay.
So we arrived yesterday evening, and then we joined today. And I understand now we are going to go for different stations. So where do we belong? Do we stay back or we join the other group? That's just a question.
No, thank you very much. Very valid question, yes. Also, this is one constituency. Thanks for speaking for your constituents. So what we will do is I'll ask, yes, Yetunde, because she's my boss in this, and Dr. Sam. How many of you? There are 7 of you. Yeah, so we may just have to split you. 4 people will be here and 3 over there. So you can just do that, because it's the same thing. It's the same quality of facilitators. And we'll ensure every conversation, everything that was distributed yesterday, you also get a copy, because we note that there were some challenges in trying to get your. But again, especially welcome you to the Convergence. Thank you very much. All right, so let's move now. Those who are here, please remain, and those who are in the other hall. It's good to see you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. May I invite Professor Aderemi and Juliana, is it Juliana? Yes, and Juliana to please come, because you are facilitating this session. And so if you're remaining here, please, we've got some seats in front. They are not meant for anybody, so please feel free to come sit here. These white seats are not meant for anybody. They are meant for you. So please come and sit.
I give them like maybe 1 minute to. Hello. Good morning, honorables. Hello. This thing is not loud. Please, let's converge at the center, please. Thank you. If you are in this room, please, let's sit at the center. Yes. Thank you very much. Please, for those of us taking photographs over there, you have opportunity later to do so. Please, let's come together. So, good morning, honorable members. May I say congratulations for winning the elections in your constituencies. And welcome to this session, which is looking at beyond elections, core representatives in Parliament. Well, I would like to introduce myself first. Perhaps when it's your turn to talk at the end of the input, you introduce yourself before you speak so that I get to meet you. So my name is Juliana Nosike, a master's student in election management, and I'm happy to be moderating this session. And I'm excited really because I will have the opportunity to exchange with you, and then I will learn more about legislative roles and responsibilities in the assemblies. So maybe I set the rule before we move. Right now, if you have your phone, please, I would love you to put it on silent. Just check your phones. If they are with you, let's just put the phones on silent. Okay, thanks. So during the time for the discussions, if you have any questions, please just raise one of your four fingers. Then I will identify you and you speak. And if you want to make a response to a certain issue that is ongoing, instead of taking us to another issue and coming back, maybe you raise 2 forefingers like this, so that I will know that it's on the same issue you want to talk. And then if you're in agreement with what anybody is saying, just wave your hands this way, so that we know that the person is communicating, okay? Let's encourage one another. And let me remind us that this session is supposed to be interactive. From what Samson said, you have already been indoctrinated, you have already been trained, so it's time for us to exchange ideas. If you have questions, you have the expert sitting here, and it's time for you to ask questions and get some clarifications. And please, if you have the knowledge and you have the creativity on how to navigate around representation, please feel free to share your experience or your ideas with everybody in the house. It is much, much appreciated. Thank you very much. So before we move on, I would like to introduce the speaker or our resource person that is going to make an input into the topic for today. His name is Dr. Adewale Aderemi, and he's the Director, Department of Democracy and Governance, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Abuja. He is a seasoned scholar who is widely published both nationally and internationally. So you see the kind of resource we have in this house this morning. Please make use of this resource as we discuss this morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Aderemi, and please stay. Yeah, is 10 minutes enough for you to make your input? Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, honorables. Let me join Juliana in congratulating you for winning the primaries and then the main elections. Now work begins. Okay? So what I want to do today is, I'll make a presentation, but for you to get the most out of it, you have to, interact. Make it as practical as possible. Not theoretical and abstractive, discourses. Relate it to, envisage what you think you're going to encounter in the next 4 years with regards to representation, and let's talk about it. Honorable, it's good to see you again. Okay. All right, so I want to talk to you today about representation. Representation, which is one of the tripod of your duties as legislators. But before I go into that, let me give you a background into the parliament and democracy, which will clarify for you, I hope, your duties and challenges as legislators, even beyond representation. Now, 2 things I'm going to say. The first is that democracy, is not just a convenient form of government. It's not just an arrangement. And it does not suffice. It's not sufficient to just say, yes, we have democratic practice. Democracy was designed as a means to a bigger end. Democratic practice is a system of government that is supposed to ensure other things. And we have not been able to design any other form of government that is able to do those things that democracy does. The system of government that at the same time ensures participation, competition, access, transparency, and accountability. That is why we have democracy. So if any democratic system falls short of assuring those bigger ideals, then something is wrong. Something is wrong. So you are in the system, to ensure all of this. The other thing I'm going to say very importantly before we go into discussing about representation is that it is your duty, and the grand design is that democracy must connect with development. So democracy is not just a cosmetic arrangement that let's just every 4 years elect people, put them in parliament, put them in the executive, and then let them, just have 4 years and then it continues like that. It is orderly. No. Democracy must connect with development, and it is your duty to do that. Now, for me, that is a very urgent duty. And I'll tell you why. Now, globally, the report card on democracy is not positive. From even the so-called mature democracies, America and all of that, democracy is not doing well. But you know where the worst record of democracy is? It's in West Africa, where we have had what we call democratic backsliding. In Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Guinea, you have actually seen democracy, the return of the military. Why? Because the civilian the governance, the political leaders, failed to connect democracy with development. So what we're saying is, in the next 4 years, God forbid, if the assembly or the set of political leaders we have now are not delivering on good governance, there is no impact on the quality of daily life, we stand a great risk of democratic relapse. So you're not just there to speak and get up and speak and the yeas and the nays. No. It's serious business of governance. And you are a part of it. It's not just the executive that will be held responsible. You are all a part of it. So, in your mind, you need to connect. How does my representation of the good people of this constituency, how does it impact on their daily lives? It's your duty. If democracy erodes, God forbid, you'll be directly accountable. As what we have seen in Mali today, it's a military rule. And the sad thing about it is that when the military takes over, people jubilate. They are happy that they've kicked those corrupt politicians out. And unfortunately, not a lot of people go there. There are few people who go into parliament to really make change. You understand? Maybe the preponderance of people go there to, represent themselves. But for the few of you who want to make a change, because the truth of the matter is it is green, but I have to tell you, the next 4 years can make or mar you. The next 4 years can launch you into a very glorious, political career, but it could also spoil your name forever. Okay, so you need to connect the dots between democracy and development, and it is part of your work of representation. Now, what is representation? Who do you represent? That's the first question I'm going to ask you. You've been told, and I know, let me repeat it for emphasis, that the legislature has 3 main functions. I'd like to say 4, but they will tell you 3 main functions. There's representation, there's oversight, there's what? Lawmaking. Okay? Now, there's also a debate out there, scholarly, about which is the paramount work of the of the parliament. I don't think you should get into that debate. It is not productive. Just know that you are there to represent, to make good laws, and to oversight the executive, and MDAs. Now, you are in parliament representing whom? What is your constituency? That's the first question I'll ask you. And that will lead me to introducing to you the concept of intersectionality. Intersectionality. All of you intersect other constituencies beyond the constituency that gave you your mandate. Does that make sense? Okay, sorry sir, where are you from? Osun State. Which constituency? Okay, now he got elected by the mandate of the people of Odot in Osun State. Okay? But what I'm saying is that in parliament, you represent more than Odot because you intersect other identities. One of the identities that is common to all of you is youth. So beyond representing your ethnic constituency, you also represent the youth, right? Now, some of you are going to represent other identities. It could be religious. It could be social. Some of you are going to stand up for the poor. Some of you are going to stand up for maybe LGBTQ people. Some of you are going to promote the interest of sport. Okay? So you have this intersectional representation, all of you. So you are representing more than the constituency that gave you the mandate to go into the house. Does that make sense? You want me to go over it again? Okay, so what I want you to have at the back of your mind is yourself. Now begin to determine yourself. What intersectional identities do I represent in the house? In other words, who am I going to represent when I get into the House of Assembly? Who am I going to be making laws for? What laws, in whose interest am I going to be promoting? When I get into the House. Now, let me tell you or remind you of a constitutional provision, that's going to guide you. Overall, you are supposed to make laws that will promote the interest of Nigeria first and foremost. There are times when the interest of your sectional jurisdiction or constituency may not be coterminous or the same as a national good. Let me give you an example. Suppose the people of Lagos State, where I come from, want to be an island. Let's say Atlantic City in Lagos, for instance. Now we want all the money to remain in Lagos State. It's good for the people of that place, but it's not in the interest of Nigeria. So constitutionally, I am not supposed to promote those laws when I get into parliament. Maybe that is not directly relevant to you because you are not national legislators. But I'm sure that a lot of you want to make that transition to Abuja when you finish from the state. And what will get you there is good representation, or what I call effective representation. Okay, so first and foremost, we understand the connection between democracy and development. Two, you understand about the concept of your intersectionality. That I don't only represent the people of that certain constituency in Enugu State. I represent far more than that. When you are in the House, we expect you to support, for instance, the Not Too Young to Run, get more young people, promote gender, promote religious tolerance, promote, social class emancipation, all of those things, which you don't directly derive your mandate from, but intersectionally, you represent them. Okay. So, the concept of intersectionality is two things. One, you represent a constituency that gives you your mandate to go, where you get the votes from. But two, other important constituencies that we call residual constituencies, you also represent them, which you are at liberty to determine You understand? Not everybody likes sports, for instance. Not everybody thinks we should have a Ministry of Sports and Youth Development, but you may be passionate about sports, and when you go into the house, you may determine, I'm going to promote this. So understand those concepts. Now, for me, what is effective representation? So in 4 years' time, when you leave, how do we know whether you have effectively represented your constituents? Okay, or what is your mandate? You want to carry out this function, this tripodal function of representation in the House. What are you supposed to look out for? I would define effective representation as your ability as lawmakers to articulate, one, to defend in Parliament, and to actualize the priorities of your constituents. I'll repeat that. Effective representation is your ability to articulate, to defend and promote, and to actualize the priorities, not of yourself as a lawmaker, but of your constituents who have asked you to represent them in Parliament. If you're able to do that, you have succeeded brilliantly as a lawmaker. But if you're unable to do that, because what we see at the federal level, I interact, with the senators and the honorables almost on a daily basis. And sometimes what we see is not encouraging. The kind of considerations or debates that goes on about very good bills, will leave a lot to be desired. So what you need to do is, this is your set goal. You must be able in Parliament to articulate what are the priorities of my people. What do they really want the most from government? You are the spokesperson. You should go there and have a good understanding of that and push it in Parliament and make sure it is actualized. That is your duty in representation. Now, let me quickly go through the building blocks of effective representation. How can you achieve effective representation? How do you prepare to succeed to effectively represent your people? I have 9 building blocks here. Number 1, you must understand the legislative process. You must. You see, legislative practice is such a restricted, very technical aspect that even if you're a professor of neuroscience or of nuclear physics, you still need to learn the legislative process. How do you make bills? How do you sponsor a motion? What kind of bills do you have? Do you do oversight? How do you do this? What is the committee system? Blah, blah, blah. It is very technical. It has nothing to do with whether you are brilliant or you are not brilliant. It has nothing to do with it. It is just a technical thing that you must learn to do well. Otherwise, honestly, you will make yourself a mockery in the house, a mockery of yourself in the house. So it is incumbent on you to learn legislative practice. Fortunately, it is not a difficult thing to do. What NILT does, the National Institute for Legislative and Democracy, it is an organ of the National Assembly created by law to build capacity for legislators. To teach you from scratch on how to write your bill, how to present it, how to do everything. NILT is there, and it is free of charge. So you want to pass a bill, you don't know how to write the bill, you don't know the first thing, come to NILT, they'll do it for you. Because there are over 60 PhDs, there are lawyers, there are drafters, there are everything. Even the bill you are going to sponsor has to conform to a particular format, depending on the format adopted by your state or House of Assembly. So you must, familiarize yourself with that process of making law. The second building block, you must understand governance issues. What are the trending political debates? What is the experience and the history, of the politics of your state, of your local government? What are the traditional political issues? You must understand them very well. Otherwise, you cannot represent anybody. You must understand what have been the traditional, dynamics of, the political undercurrents of that particular constituency that you represent. You need to understand it very well, like the back of your hand. To the extent that you need to understand political party dynamics, affiliation of the key people, what has been the historical affiliations of political parties, what is the prevailing ideology of the people you represent, what are the current trending debates, where do your people stand on restructuring, where do they stand on affirmative action for gender balance, where do they stand on revenue allocation. You must know all of that. You know, it is when you study those issues and you understand them, then you can properly and very effectively represent your people. The third building block would be you need to have a near perfect, almost perfect understanding of the socio-political, dynamics of your own particular constituency. Who is who in that constituency? The traditional rulers, where do they normally sway? Who are the political godfathers? All of those things you need to understand very, very well. Beyond the general understanding of politics. Number 4 is that you must understand what are the priorities of your constituency. What do they want? Sometimes with what is called EIPs, but what people call constituency project, technically it is executive intervention projects, okay? EIPs. I hope none of you have made the promise during campaign that you will build roads and boreholes and do hospitals, because it is an executive mandate. It's not for you to do. Okay? Now, people sometimes negotiate for constituency projects that the people they represent don't simply want. You think, okay, it's a good thing, it has a lot of money, blah, 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 it's a big capital project, let's build a massive, we don't have any health center, so you negotiate and you attract a well-funded, very big health center to your constituency. As far as they are concerned, you've done nothing. Maybe what they want is just for you to do a road that connects the market to the city. That would have been more beneficial to them than the big project you have brought. So what that instructs is that you must know what their priorities are. You shouldn't set the priorities for them. Understand what their priorities are. That's why you can make the most impact. You understand? So you must know what exactly does my constituent want. What do they want? Not what do I want for them or what is available, with government or what the executive offers me. That's why in parliament you have to be fighters. You have to fight for those people because you are their faces, you are their mouths, you are their ear, you are their everything in parliament. So you must fight for them. You must be fierce. You must defend their interest. You understand? And they will know whether you even get the project or not. They will know that this person has represented us well. We can't do better than what he's doing. Number 5, please, seek legislative capacity building for yourself. Especially if you're thinking of going further than being legislators in the state houses of assembly. You must have legislative capacity. Build capacity for yourself. Train and retrain. Make opportunity. Avail yourself of trainings like this. I was saying to my sister, the Honorable from Akwa Ibom, we were with them in Lagos, I think, early last month, training female legislators. That's what we do. We train and retrain. We not only train states, we train senators, we train House of Reps, we train the ECOWAS Parliament, we do international trainings also. In fact, we just got back from the Parliament of Austria last month, for training. So, and it's free of charge for you. So avail yourself of that opportunity to build legislative capacity. So that whether you are an engineer or you are a lawyer or you are whatever it is, you must acquire that capacity, to be in parliament or in the legislature or in Congress, whichever word you want to use. So you must please build capacity. The number 6 building block, which I think is very crucial. In fact, without it, I doubt if you can ever be effective. You must have regular constituency surgeries. Constituency visits or interaction. In the UK, they call it constituency surgeries. Where you must, and it is mandatory in the UK, once a month, I think normally the last Thursday, is constituency surgery for every MP. Go back to the constituent, give them a report card, interact with them, know the current state of your constituency, and then go back to the house and represent them. Now, fortunately, I don't know at the state levels, but if you were federal legislators, lawmakers, you will get allowance to establish your constituency office. I don't know if the same with the state. Do you get funds to establish constituency office? No, you don't. Okay. So at the center, the Constitution actually provides for assistance for you to establish your constituency. Yeah. Okay. Okay. From which post? From which post? They don't give you budget for it. Okay. They expect you to do it by yourself. It is. Oh, yes, that means it is provided for. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, we'll talk about it. We need to talk about it because it's important. If you don't go back to this, a lot of people, if you ask them, who represents you in parliament, they probably don't know. Especially at the federal level. Who is your senator, you don't know. Who is your honorable, you don't know. But it is maybe less, it is more tolerable at the federal. But if somebody in the state does not know their representative, then that is a worse case because you are closer to them. Imagine somebody in your constituency, I don't know who my honorable in the house is. That's pathetic. So you must have regular constituency interaction. Unfortunately now, the ways you can do that is simplified. There is WhatsApp, for instance, that you can use to social media, can help. You need also, I don't know how much funds is available, but normally you are supposed to have legislative aids, to facilitate that kind of interaction between you and your constituents. You understand? When you get to the federal, you get all of those things, and those aids are given to you by the National Assembly Service Commission. Okay. But the regular constituency, surgery constituencies are, for me, a must. You must, because otherwise, how do you know their interests? How do you know what is going on? How do you know what to push in the house when you get there if you don't visit? Then you must do what we call PLS. PLS, I'll explain that to you now. Post-legislative scrutiny. We'll round up in 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. Post-legislative scrutiny. Now, I'll explain that. I've brought, at the Institute and in conjunction with the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, we have actually developed a manual which we have given to all the senators and the honorables. They all had this, during when we inaugurated them, during their induction, they were all given copies of PLS. Now, what is PLS? PLS is post-legislative scrutiny. It is an assessment of the laws that you have passed, whether they are working as intended. Okay? So, a law is passed. You have moved the motion, you have moved the bill, it has filed 4 seconds on reading. It's now a law, assented to by president. 2 years later, you visit that law. How impactful is it? Is it working? Does it need amendment? Is it the right law? Is it filling the gap that we identified? That is what PLS is. I've brought a few copies that I'm going to give you. You understand? On PLS, you must, audit your own performance in parliament. Fortunately, we don't have maybe fortunately or unfortunately, we don't have the American system where we have midterm elections. In America, 2 years into your tenure, there's a midterm election. And you might be replaced. You know, although your mandate's for 4 years, but there's a midterm election to review your performance. So in lieu of, or in the absence of that kind of a system, do it for yourself. You know, audit yourself. Look at my performance in the last 2 years. You know, what bills have I sponsored? You know, there's what we call Answered. I don't know if you know what Answered is. Answered is a record of your voting and your debate in the House. It's there for posterity to judge you by. You know, so you need to do PLS on yourself. Number 8 will be something that they say the black man generally lacks. You must have a reading culture. They say if you want to hide something from a black man, put it in a book. You will never find it because he doesn't read. You know, but we need to read. You need to be familiar with the issues, especially regarding the committees that you belong to in the House. If you're on the Committee on Agriculture, make it your duty to understand everything about agriculture, especially as pertaining to your constituency. If you're on the one on health, you may not be a medical doctor or a nurse. Read. You know, you must have a reading culture to succeed as a parliamentarian. And lastly, and I'm going to close on this before we go into discussions, please do not represent yourself in the House. Don't succumb to your own private pecuniary interest. You know, you are there to represent. You know, and don't also assume that this is what my constituency wants. Interact with them. Get it right. This is what they want. And that's what you must push. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that elaborate presentation and explanation on what representation is all about. Well, he has said it all. You're not in the parliament to represent yourself, but to represent the people that have given you the mandate to go to the parliament. And I would want to believe that if you're in the parliament, sometimes you play the role of a delegate and the role of a trustee. There are times, just like he explained, there are times that your local interest or local policy will have like a conflict with a national interest. Then it is then that you prove your expertise of how you manage to navigate and make the best decision that will affect positively your people as well as the nation. Thank you very much, sir. And I, of course, love the fact that after explaining to us what effective representation is supposed to be, the ability to articulate, defend, and actualize priorities of your constituents, he also gave us the building blocks on how to become an effective representative. You understand the legislative practice. You have the hunger to learn about what legislation is all about. You read. Remember, he emphasized on reading. You keep reading. And then you have perfect understanding of general politics and the politics, governance issues in your state, in your local governments. And last but not the least from my end, prioritize. Learn how to prioritize. Learn how to take decisions, not for yourself, but for the sake of the people that gave you the mandate. And that you can only do if you are in communication with them. Without that, you will never know what they think, what their opinion is concerning any issue, because you need to represent them in the policies that are being churned out in the parliament. Their opinions have to be covered. Thank you very much. At this stage, I would like us to indicate by raising your forefinger if you have a contribution, not just a question. If you have a question, feel free to ask. If you have a contribution to make, fine. And then if you have suggestions, are you contesting what he has said? Feel free to express yourself. That's why we are here to learn. Please let me take the first 3 persons. So I'll take one from this side, the middle, and one from this other side. Permit me, my left, my right, and then the middle. So if I don't see any hand here, then I can take from anywhere. So from this side, I saw you first, and you second, yes, third. So 1, 2, 3. I'll come back to you later, please. All right, so we'll take the first 3 questions and then, not questions actually, first 3 comments, whether it's question, suggestion, anything, just please speak. Number 1.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Right Honorable Adewale Bedun from Osun State. I have a question. Number 6, building block, regular constituency visit and interaction. Immediately after I won my election, I made a selection of major stakeholders in my constituency. We are to meet once or twice every month. I don't think it's possible for anybody to campaign in Nigeria without promising them we are going to build bridges and roads. So we held the first meeting, and they all made mentions of different requests. And I just realized I don't even have the resources to do. So how do you go about that? Mm-hmm. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, I will take the 3 before you respond. Number 2. Yes, please. No, yes, number 2.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, my fellow colleagues. I'm Honorable Amir Ahmad Keita from Zamfara State. My question is that with regard to the issue of number, was it 6 or 7? Priorities of our constituents. What of, in the case of, like my state, who are dealing with security situations, of which from the architecture of our Nigerian system or Nigerian security system, we cannot oversight our security agencies. How can we overcome this situation? Because our major priorities or our constituents, their major request is deal with security issues. How can we overcome this? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Number 3. Yes, please.
Good morning, House. Good morning, distinguished honorable colleagues. My name is Raymond Okechukwu from Enugu State, and I represent the good people of Enugu East Rural Constituency in the Enugu State House of Assembly. My own is on the spot experience I've gotten since after my election and inauguration as a legislator. Sir, my challenge is with the state or my local government chairman. But when you come to my local government, we have 2 constituencies, 1 and 2, and I represent the 2. And there's a challenge we've been having before I was elected. It's double taxation, where the local government will devise all means to come and attack people in my constituency. And then there's a challenge, trying to represent my people and to protect their interests. Meeting the local government chairman, though he's from another party, and I'm from another party. So I think it's not a challenge there. So when I approached him, how do we solve this problem? Because it's become a menace, and everybody's complaining. People trying to develop their lands there are already running away because of charges. And people, market women, are being harassed and disturbed. And when I approached him and he said, it's not of me to do that. This is his chief security officer, he's the executive chairman, and I cannot interfere. So I allow him to do his job. So what is the state of a legislator in such conditions, sir?
Okay.
That's my question.
Thank you very much.
Good questions. Let me start with the Honorable from Osun. I understand your plight, and unfortunately for us in Nigeria, the mass of our people are not politically educated. All they know is we have a politician representing us. And everything we want, he must provide. Let me share a conversation I had with the former Speaker, Legislators of Assembly with you. And he was telling me that as early as 7 a.m., people are waiting outside his house, numbers. And they'll tell him, Right Honorable, your wife has put to bed, she wished my wife that, when did my wife get pregnant? That kind of a thing. Your children can't pay school fees, and all of those things. Now, that is misplaced. But unfortunately, that is the political culture. Now, how do you navigate it? 2 ways. You see, we cannot continue in that culture. You have to educate. You understand? And let them know that people who promise you all of this, that they don't even have the capacity or even the constitutional pedestal to do, are deceiving you. They are more than likely to go there and be self-serving. Because you don't have the resources. I don't know, except you are Dangote. To build houses and roads and satisfy all the... But you don't even... For some of you in the state, there are a lot of... We have about 68 items on the executive legislative list. And I'll come this when I come to the question of Enugu. Is what you can legislate in the state is actually restricted because of the lopsided federal system that we have. A lot of the matters that are on the executive legislative list, you cannot legislate on them in the state houses of assembly. Simple. Which narrows your jurisdiction for lawmaking. Now, don't succumb to, the temptation of winning an election at all cost. Let them know that, look, this is the situation. If anybody promises you they are going to do roads and all of that, and they are desperate to get political power, they are not likely to deliver on those things. But also, it makes good sense to sometimes, I don't know if the honorable from Akwa Ibom will remember the experience Honorable Oluga was. Honorable Oluga used to be the chair of the Women Caucus in the Federal House of Representatives. And we took her to Lagos to share experience. Now, sometimes they inundate her with all those requests and say, God will intervene. We will pray with them and say, in Jesus' name, this fees will be paid. Blah, 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 blah. And then if she has like 5,000 or so, she gives. Because by the time you give 5,000 in 10, 15 places, that's a lot of money already. For money that you are not, given anything for. Unfortunately also, parliamentarians are the most misunderstood political elites. People think you're corrupt, you go there to make millions and they don't see return, which is not so. People have left, even the National Assembly, and they have gone back broke, I can tell you. So we need to resist that temptation, And we will also continue on government side with political education, with jingles and, it is not the duty of any elected representative to build rules or do, that is the executive. What you can do is represent them and force the executive to make investment in your constituency, the kind of things you need. So please don't let us, for the sake of, Now, to your question, Honorable, with regards to Zamfara State, it is true that security is an executive legislative item. And in the House of Assembly, what you cannot legislate is how the federal security architecture works. It is not that you cannot discuss the security of the people. You can. And one of the ways I think you must do in Zamfara State is to debate on how the executive, the state executive, will engage the federal executive on the security policy of the country. You understand? Prioritizing the interests of your people. You must. It is not that it is forbidden. What you cannot do is make laws on, that aspect, but it is not off the table for discussion. You must discuss it. It's directly based on the lives of the people. So you must discuss security and then articulate an agenda for Zamfara State to be brought to the federal, The other thing you must do, you have people, you have honorable members, and you have senators, 3 senators, honorable members who can directly contribute to what the federal government does about security. They have the powers to do that. You must engage them. This is what we are pushing. If you don't push this in the National Assembly, we will recall you. You understand? So that's what I think you should and must do as a matter of urgency. With regards to Enugu State, the local government chairman is just a typical illiterate. You understand? He is because the laws you make at the state level supersedes local government laws. You understand? If the constitution is against double taxation, the laws of the state, the local government chairman is bound by law to obey it, otherwise he goes to jail. But you see, what happens a lot is that it is a political arrangement that goes beyond even him. Sometimes chief executives of the state are in the know, and it's an arrangement. Traditional rulers are involved because they get serviced from that illegal money. But it is not true. What you can do is, insist, call the attention of the House to it. This is what is going on. If there's a legislation that forbids it, then you enforce it. You force the executive to implement that. You understand? You can summon the local government chairman. You can oversight him. What he's saying is not, it's utter rubbish, and it is stemming from illiteracy. The laws you make at the House supersede the local government laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the responses. More questions, more contributions. Yeah, I will take from this side one. Questions? I'll take from the back. Of course, my constituency I have to protect. So you two and the lady number 3. I'm sorry, we'll come back to you. Thank you. So 1.
Good morning, Prof. Honorable colleagues. My name is Right Honorable Cephas Diako. I represent Konshisha. I'm from Benue State. Prof, remember we were part of the design program for this event, and we raised some of these issues. As a returning member, I had encountered them, and I thought it wise that we discussed them at this convergence. We said that day that the priorities of our people during electioneering are different from after the elections are being conducted or elections have been won. When you go for campaigns, what our people request of us is different from what their requests are after we win elections. And as a legislator, I know that it's not my responsibility to build bridges, roads, and provide water, potable water and stuff. But because over the years, legislators in the state houses of assemblies and the National Assembly have, in a way, provided those amenities as a way of impacting the people. They have come to believe that that is the norm. And so when you go for campaigns with a contrary message, it does not sell. I told you of somebody who has been in the National Assembly from my federal constituency for over 16 years. So there is no community that he has not had a physical project, whether it's potable water or electricity or a bridge or a healthcare center. And so our people there have come to accept that that is what representation is all about. And so anybody who goes to them with a contrary message is not ready for business as far as they are concerned. And I believe that most of you here have been facing that, and most of you will face that too. We said here yesterday that that the idea of constituency projects is even an illegality. Unfortunately, it is almost legal. And and has been generally accepted. Now, as an interested party or someone seeking election, I cannot take that message to my people. I now need somebody who will not be a casualty to carry that kind of message. That is where you or somebody else, an NGO such as Yiaga or somebody else would help us. Honestly, for a politician, it is bad business to go to your people and tell them that you cannot do the things they are asking of you. Okay. And our executive is so irresponsible that they have been unable, in quote, technically they have refused, to provide these amenities. And so, even as a person, I know that if I can afford to sink a borehole for my people, even without being a legislator, well, I've become of age and I can afford. If I go to my community, I see that they do not have water. I can, I should be able to make that provision for them. And so, because we want to continue enjoying the sentiments of our people, we have gone out of our way, and this has become a standard. Going away from it is going to really take time. And I want to prepare your minds that you are going to be dealing with that. I said also that before elections, they come to you, they want, when you win,
Honorable,
yes.
1 minute for you to run.
Thank you. So that's that. Then another thing is the dilemma between standing by your people and doing what is right. There are certain people who have so much influence in our constituencies or within our localities. And most times what they stand for is not always the right thing. But they get the people to stand by them against what is not right. How do you handle that kind of I'll give you an example. There's this national clamor for local government autonomy. And my colleague who comes from the then governor's constituency really wanted to go with that or go for, to argue for local government autonomy. The governor did not. So did the community. So he was in between doing what is right or what is of the national interest and what his people wanted. How do you deal with that? And the last one, sometimes we do not have the luxury of deciding what we take to our people, especially that you are almost begging to get some of these projects. Your people will want water, but you have a road to give them. Will you not now take it because it is not their priority?
Okay, thank you very much. Number 2, please make your comments or your questions in 1 minute. We don't have time. We are running short of time. Thank you.
Thank you. It's simple. Close to what you said, in my own constituency, my constituents' problem are not always much, but centered on the... Sir? Which state are you from? I'm from Ebonyi. Aforementioned, I'm from Ebonyi. I'm Barrister Mode, Aloysius Mode of Ebonyi, representing Ebonyi Northwest. In my constituency, there's usually minimal problems coming from my constituents, except for the stakeholders. Now, the stakeholders are in the habit of informing the constituents or cajoling the representatives that they have not done anything in the previous. Even to the extent of telling them there has not been road grading, there has not been projects, all this and all that. Meanwhile, the constituents don't know that legislators do not have power of project execution. Now, but in the meantime, currently, they have begun to understand that legislators don't have this power. Now, we wish to be organizing sensitization program. I'm asking, can Yiaga and other agencies come to our aid to tell people that this is really the position of legislators? If any, how do we assess that?
Okay, thank you. Number 3. It's the lady.
Good morning, everyone. My own question is direct. In a situation where the people you're representing, my own is 2 local governments, they are now fighting for boundary issues. And your bet local government is looking up to you to make press statements, standing by them. And this other one is also a local government you're representing. Our guest lecturer, how do you handle that? Last one, 2. You said we should do constant visiting to our constituencies. And a situation where if you gather 3 persons or 4, at the end of the long sermon, you need to land. You land properly, not just landing. How are you going to handle that when you don't even know what is coming to you?
Plan.
This and that. This is political language, sir. Okay. What I was saying is that you said we should do constant visiting to our place to know what their problem is and all of that. Where I come from, if you like, they don't want to hear what the grammar you're saying. At the end of long speeches, you need to land. And not just landing properly. That's 2. How do you handle that when you don't even know what is coming to you? Then the 3rd one, the local government chairman or chairman. These people knows that what is coming to them in pocket-wise, they are your senior. You can't even compare yourself to the local government chairman. And you guys are not coming from the same political blocks. Your own godfather and his own godfather are not the same. You're trying to do this, he's trying to do this. How do you also handle that? Thank you.
Thank you. So we come back to you, Prof.
Okay. I think the first question is, Honorable Careful, we had these discussions. You remember the story I told you with the former Speaker of Benue State House of Assembly? Who was a good friend. The truth, and I think something that cuts across what almost all of you have said, is the need for more political education. Is the need for, unfortunately, and I don't mind saying this publicly, the National Orientation Agency is not doing anything. I don't feel the impact of NOA. You understand? Now, we at the Institute and a few organizations, especially the CSOs, are the ones struggling to fill the space of political education. I feel very sorry for you. You must accept my condolences, honestly, because you are badly misunderstood people. People think, they expect of you things that are just not realistic because they misunderstand, your position and what really obtains with you. But having said that, you cannot succumb to the status quo. Otherwise, you box yourself into a very difficult, position. If you say, because to win this election, I must make promises. Now, not everybody in your constituency is a complete idiot. Some of them are going to hold you accountable to those promises. You understand? And then what do you do? So, yes, I agree entirely. We must step up political education. What we have done at the Institute, for instance, was this. There was a time, there was a lot of public outcry about what national legislators get. We don't know their salaries. They get bulletproof SUVs. They get this furniture allowance. This allowance. So what we did at the Institute was say, okay, we're not going to defend you, but what we are going to do is provide a platform for a direct engagement of the leadership of both the Senate and the House with the Nigerian people. So we started what we call the Distinguished Parliamentarian, lecture series. And when we told the former Senate President, he was enthusiastic that, look, I've been looking for this platform. And I remember this lecture, which he gave, I think it was December 2021, the first one. He was very emotional about saying how badly misunderstood they are. And he quoted their salaries, he quoted the things they had to do, he did this and that. A few months ago, about 2 months ago, we were writing the Senate Legacy Report for the Ninth Assembly, for the Ninth Senate. And they wanted us to put a lot of things in that report, of what Nigerians don't know. Their pains, the sacrifices, everything. We have to put it, but Nigerians don't know. So we need to provide that platform for continuous political education of our people. Don't expect this of your legislator. If you do, you remain on the same spot in terms of your standard of reform, because corruption will not go away. For them to do this for you, they have to steal. So it is not possible. I think we will step up political education. It's a very strong mandate with us. And I hope I'm answering the question of Ebonyi now. It's only political education. Unfortunately, we did an audit after the general elections, and we realized that 80% of political education are done in the year preceding the election. You understand? So you had just a year to the election where people step up political education, but it should be an ongoing thing. What we want to do at the Institute, we are still, negotiating and looking for money, is to have vernacular jingles, in all the languages, put out on the radios especially, and TV, to explain that, look, the legislators are this, they are not that. You understand? And hopefully will make your lives, a lot easier, The second thing on right versus wrong that Honorable Kevas was asking is, you see, you determine right or wrong from whose perspective? That's the first question. Now local government autonomy. I don't see how that is a wrong. You understand? It is the right thing to do. Now, when you face with that kind of dilemma, that it is the right thing to do, even the people saying they don't want autonomy for the local government, they know it is the wrong thing. And they have an agenda that they are pursuing. Let me tell you the story of, I think 2 years ago, there was the Association of Speakers, the Conference of Speakers, they call it, of State Houses of Assembly. They had a meeting in Abuja here to do their elections. And one of the speakers came very late. I asked, why did you come late? He said, if I tell you, you won't believe. I had to go to State House to collect transport money to come from the state to Abuja. Because there was no funds for you have to go to. So if somebody you oversight is the one that gives you transport money, how do you do oversight? Okay, so it is right. Now, whether for political correctness and to win elections, you align yourself with the wrong position, posterity will always have it on record. That's what you supported. So it is your name that is at stake. It is your integrity that is at stake, not the one of the godfather in the state who wants to, for political or material reasons, support what is wrong. It is you people will remember. It is you that will go to the house and support what is wrong. And I think you should have that at the back of your mind. And don't think that posterity is something we can joke with. It has a way of catching up with you. Or maybe not with you, with somebody that comes from you. So that would be my answer to that question. Just go there, follow your conscience and do what is right. Sometimes, a pioneer's work is not easy. You may not get the credit, but time will speak for you. You may not be popular now. You go there, you may be the lone voice. They may shut you down, but it's on record that you have said the right thing. And even the God that we all serve will have a way of rewarding you. That would be my answer. Don't support a wrong cause that you know is wrong to be politically correct. It is wrong. On the choices of intervention projects, this again, yes, I agree. It's always a negotiation. Now, you don't go to the negotiation table, without something to negotiate with. Now, if it happens that you are not able to get the choice project that your people want, tell them in your constituency surgery what is going on. Put the option back to them. See, I know what you have asked for is for an ultra-modern market to be built. I have argued for it. This is what we are being offered. And honestly, I don't have leeway. Put it back to them if you have constituency surgeries. That way, they kind of, okay, but if that is what is available, we have to take it. But at least they know that you have represented and you have defended their interest in parliament. That is what I think is the logical thing to do. With boundary issues within your constituency, you represent the two local government and there is boundary issues. Now, let me tell you something. Anything that has to do with religion or with land is not easily resolved. Those conflicts, the wars we have had have been over trade and land, the world wars. Okay, now what you can do is to be seen to manage that tension. Facilitate meetings, and please steer clear of being partisan, even when you know the truth. Even when you belong to one of those local governments, what you can do is, be seen to be making efforts to resolve the crisis. You understand? Make moves, provide platforms for conflict resolution, manage the issue without getting involved, because you may make eternal enemies when it comes to land disputes, by the people who have voted for you. So that's what I think you should do. Now, with the issue of landing, and landing, not just landing very well and big, honestly, again, I sympathize with you. Because I understand. If I tell you I don't understand, I'm lying. But how do you mitigate, the damage from that kind of a situation? There must be resources. If I were in your shoes, what I would do is I would let the party know that, look, we are in jeopardy of losing this unless we do what we call political economy. You have to do political economy in that constituency. Take it to larger, externalize it. It's in our interest to retain this constituency. We have to do funds, especially if you come from the ruling party. Let His Excellency know that, look, this is the situation here. The fringe party, the opposition party, they are doing this. We have to match it. I don't have the resources. The executive will always find a way to make resources if they are interested in that constituency. That's what I think you can do. I cannot advise you to, from your lean pockets, service your constituency. You can to the limits of what you can afford, but not beyond that. Otherwise, you'll regret even ever being a legislator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'm afraid this is where we have to end this session because we are far behind time. But I want to admonish us, if you still have questions, I think Dr. Deremi is still around and available. And we have tea break and lunchtime. You can meet with him, or otherwise you can jot it down and drop with the organizers. I'm sure they will get back to you on those burning questions. I'm very sorry I wasn't able to call you to make your contributions. I'm sure you understand. And Dr. Deremi, thank you very much. I really enjoyed moderating this session and listening to your presentation. And to all of us, I hope we kind of got something out of this session that we can hold on to and use to ensure that we do effective representation in our parliaments. Thank you very much. I enjoyed the session. Thank you.
These are publications we have from PLS. This is one on post-legislative scrutiny. I think we brought 20 copies of each of the booklets too. I'll leave them here if you want, or maybe they should be distributed. I don't know. So more, no, I asked a colleague that they said I would be presenting in stream one. I said, about how many are they? They said about 20. That's why I brought 20. So, okay, Dr. Barrister Oguche will handle it. But I'll leave my card as well so that we can continue the conversation and then you can reach me if you need more of this. Don't get just. Thank you. Thank you.
Next Assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. I have a dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. I have a dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. I have a dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. I have a dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. I have a dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, And now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, And now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The election...
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon. Our very distinguished Right Honorable Speaker, Presiding Officers, Principal Officers, Right Honorable Members of both the National Assembly, I believe, and State House of Assembly. So we are in the Convergence 5.0, and the next section will be coming up immediately. So please, I'd like us to observe decorum, as this house is now called to order officially. Thank you. So let's invite our facilitator, Dr. Oguche, to kindly come to the platform. So have we been having a great time? Does it worth it? Please put your hands together for... Okay, when you finish, you now come. So I'm going to yield the mic to our facilitator to make his opening statement, and then we can come back to the panel session and discuss. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, honorable members here. Is it the tea break that is making us dull? Okay. Now, this session is going to be talking about application and impact of legislative instruments. You know, as legislators, we don't just perform our functions. There are certain instruments available at our disposal for the purpose of performance of our functions. And that's what we'll interrogate here briefly. Now, what comes to your mind? What is the first thing you use in your legislative business? What is the first instrument, if I may add, maybe in lawmaking? How do you kickstart lawmaking? Is it by letter writing, or what is the first thing you use to kickstart the process of a bill, right? Okay, so when you talk of lawmaking, you talk of representation, you talk of oversight, there are certain tools, legislative instruments that are deployed in the performance of those functions. I would concentrate on statutory instruments, and that takes us to the realm of delegated legislation. Distinguished Senator Itaina made reference to it yesterday, where he said delegated legislation is one of the instruments, being used by the legislature, and that is true. The first question is, what is delegated legislation? In legislative practice and procedure, you can call it subordinate legislation, statutory instruments, secondary legislation. When you make laws through the instrumentality of bills, there are certain instances where the legislature that is primarily responsible for lawmaking now gives a part of its lawmaking powers to other agencies of government, like administrative authorities, to make rules, to make regulations. Where that is done, the rules made pursuant to those laws also carry, force of law. For that purpose, it is called delegated legislation, because the legislature has delegated its law-making powers to the executive. When we talk of separation of powers, you find out that there is no watertight separation of power. What we have is like symbiosis. It's like a blend. The legislature alone cannot make all the laws. So you ask yourself, what are the reasons? What are the reasons behind statutory instruments? One of the reasons is competition for legislative time. Most of the time, you don't have enough time to even attend to pressing needs in the House. The functions that the legislature performs, from lawmaking to oversight to representation. That being the case, the legislature does not have enough time to attend to every legislative issue that comes before it. Another issue is expertise, professionalism. There are certain issues that are best left for the experts, for the practitioners, the operators to handle properly. The technicalities involved conveniently takes those issues from the realm of legislative competence into the hands of administrative authorities to properly handle them. You take example from INEC. INEC has several guidelines, rules, regulations guiding the conduct of elections. What the legislature has done is to have a general legal framework, but has delegated rule-making powers to INEC. When you see time of commencement of election, how to vote, pattern of voting, all these things have been left to the Independent National Electoral Commission to determine. This is subordinate legislation. It's an instrument, a very potent one at that, available to the legislature for the purpose of making laws. Now, if you see, those issues are not issues that are especially within the competence of the legislature. The knowledge may not be there. So it is better left in the hands of the operators to handle them. The last time the Nigerian Law Reform Commission was undertaking a review of several laws in the country, and I happened to be involved, I saw about 30 regulations, aviation regulations, 30. Then you ask yourself, can the legislature conveniently make laws on these areas without leaving them to the operators to handle? The answer is no. So if you see technicalities involved, even emergency cases, you take an example from the COVID-19 era. You know, during COVID-19, I don't think legislative houses were sitting. We're not sitting. And we needed some immediate actions to tackle the situation. How do you do it? The executive had to issue some guidelines. Because if you were to make the laws, you were not able, you would not be able, because of the urgency, the emergency situation at hand. This is a public health emergency, and you know the rigors of lawmaking. So it will not be practically possible for the legislature to meet, to introduce bills, to go through first reading, second reading, committee, public hearing, then you come back before you start talking of assent. But to tackle that situation, there was an immediate response by way of executive intervention. So what the executive does also carries the force of law by virtue of powers given under the Quarantine Act. So you put all these things together, you discover that statutory instruments, legislative instruments, by way of subordinate legislation, have become indispensable in modern governance. And if you talk of the impact, it is there. Now we are talking of INEC guidelines. Where do you declare an election inconclusive? Where do you now start computing? You know, voting period starts from here to here. It's not in the act, but in the regulations, right? Now, when you take subordinate legislation one side, and you come to the firmament of lawmaking, you find out that bills are the primary instruments we use in lawmaking, right? But how do you ensure that your bills don't suffer setbacks? These are things you already know, but what we do here is to refresh your minds. For those who are, ranking members, they are not first timers, this is just like a refresher for you. But for those who are coming afresh, it might be a new knowledge that when you introduce bills, there are several components. There's what we call bill analysis and scrutiny. Bill scrutiny is a summary examination of a bill to determine its suitability for legislative consideration. You do a summary examination. This bill, is it even worthy of determination or consideration by the legislature? Questions that can be asked in the process of bill scrutiny are legislative competence of that particular house. If it's a state assembly like you, is it a matter on the concurrent legislative list? If you go and start introducing bills on a matter that is on the exclusive legislative list, you know from bill scrutiny that it is not even worth considering by that legislative house because it will be an exercise in futility. Then you look at it. Yesterday I was interacting with one of the honorable members, and the question was, can the state assembly have a standing committee to oversight a federal government agency within the state? Remember that your legislative oversight powers are on issues over which you have power to make laws. So that becomes an issue. You have to deploy the instrument of bill scrutiny to be able to promptly, at the beginning, determine whether the bill is worthy of legislative consideration so that you don't go far. And you know, lawmaking is not particularly cheap because at the end, you are going to conduct public hearing, you are going to bring people together. It's not good to go to that extent before you determine that this bill, does not conform to constitutional provisions. Then, another thing, as I said, is bill analysis. The difference between bill scrutiny and analysis is that while scrutiny is a summary examination, bill analysis is a detailed examination of a bill to determine competence, to determine incompatibility, and the rest. In other words, the bill must have passed the scrutiny test before you subject it to analysis. And under analysis, you start having maybe clause-by-clause analysis and the rest. You will discover that when you do analysis, especially when it has to do with criminal legislation, what is the intent? Most of the time, you discover that a bill is introduced that is seeking to do what an existing law already does. So you would not want to create maybe interagency rivalry. You remember the former President Buhari declined assent to several bills. Several bills. Many of them on the basis that the bills were seeking to do what other laws in existence were already doing. An example was the Peace Corps bill, which the president said, look, what you are seeking to do, we have agencies that can do. So when the posture is to cut costs of governance, you don't set out to establish other agencies, especially where there is a policy direction. And then in bill analysis too, you are going to see the intent of the legislature. You find out. If it is a penal legislation, what is the effect? You will see the target. There's a bill, for example, that is targeting the youth. If it is a punitive legislation, you ask yourself, imprisonment, for example, how far has it worked? And if imprisonment is not working, what are the alternatives? These are the things to determine before a bill progresses. I remember a time, I think around 2012, thereabout, where the Attorney General then was doing prison decongestion. And I had to go to Daura prisons to represent some inmates there. My clients given to me were in Daura prisons. So that was my first time there. And I went there. I came to Daura and they said, I showed them my list. They said, Muritala Mohammed, no, he just went out. Suleiman Abubakar, no, he just went out. And 10 people on the list, 8 people went out. And the interesting part was that these inmates going out, no officer was following them. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. No officer was following them. The only way you know they are inmates was their uniform. So, after like 30 minutes, the officer said, hey, lawyer, come. This is one of your clients. He's back. Another one came. So I started asking them, how come you are going in and out of the prison without being accompanied by any officer and you are not running away? Ordinarily, you think that from there they will disappear. They will go to town, buy things, do things, and return. And the fellow told me, he said, where are we going to? You know here, there's no house rent, free feeding, no. And then I paused and started thinking, see, punishment regime. We must now start thinking of from imprisonment to other alternatives, from punishment to treatment. To this group, you know already that even if you grant them pardon or you get them discharged, in the next 2 weeks, they commit another offense, they are back. To this group, you know that imprisonment shouldn't even be an option. So the same thing continues. And again, when you analyze bills, you look at practicability, taking into account our social background. When you hear people say, oh, it is not law that is our problem, but how to implement, then why? Because we did not consider those things while we were making the law. When you apply the instrument of bill analysis and scrutiny, you will know from the beginning that this bill, when eventually passed, is likely to suffer that setback. For example, if you make a law that traditional institutions in Nigeria should be scrapped, you no longer have the emirs, the obas, the obese, they are no longer there, then you know that the society is not likely to welcome that legislation. Or you bring a legislation that seeks to legalize same-sex marriage, as the bill, the debate came up before at the National Assembly. And David Mark said, no, we are Nigerians. We are not, we have our culture to protect. So when you bring legislation, you have to apply the instrument of bill analysis and scrutiny. You can even test scrutiny. You can even test the bill before forwarding it. What we do is when we draft bills, we can take instructions from you. I need this bill. When we draft it, we'll accompany it with a scrutiny report. This is your instruction. But before you forward it, this is a report on it. The report may tell you that this bill suffers some constitutional defects. It runs contrary to social provision. To that extent, it might not fly. You are the instructor. Most of the time, they just ignore you and go with the bill. Eventually, I can point at 4, 5, 6 bills that the president declined assent to on reasons we had earlier given at bill analysis stage. Say these are the likely challenges. But you had liberty to go. So these are some of the instruments. And then what other instruments? Motions. These are the ones we are deploying almost on daily basis. Motions. And when you talk of motions, every standing order or standing rules provides there is a procedure. Normally, it is on notice. But when you have a case of emergency, maybe in your constituency, you will not want, maybe there's a communal clash, or maybe flooding, or a public structure has collapsed, or the infrastructure, the road is being damaged, thereby cutting one community from the other. You will not want to wait to go through this process of notice because it is a matter of urgent public importance. What do? Your motion will not be on notice. You will now ask for the standing orders or rules to be suspended to enable you come under a particular provision. And every motion must have prayers. And normally, if a motion is taken, there are resolutions. But one of the issues that I will normally talk about is the efficacy of resolutions. Resolutions are meant to be implemented normally by the executive, right? But in the Fourth Republic, let me not even go outside the Fourth Republic, we have had several challenges where the legislature has, passed a resolution and the executive chooses which one to implement and which one not to. Then what comes to mind? What readily comes to mind when you find yourself in that situation is the ability of the legislature to enforce compliance with its resolutions. You find out that there is no mechanism for enforcement. It is just a directive to the executive. And does that make the legislature helpless? Does it make the legislature helpless? If the executive fails to implement, is there a remedy available to the legislature? Is there any? If they fail to implement a resolution after a thoroughly debated motion, what happens? Is there an option available? Okay, what are the options? What can the legislature do? You can take executive to court. Okay. Okay, you can invite the agency responsible to act. Remember, most of the time, they ask the relevant committee to interact with the agency and say this, so you can invite them to act. When they fail, after that invitation, to do what? I didn't get that.
It's a motion, right?
Yes. So if there is a directive in a resolution to the executive or an executive agency to take an action or refrain from taking an action, and that resolution is disobeyed, what can the legislature do? What can the legislature do? Okay. So, okay.
Yes, sir. Assuming the action that the legislature directs executive to take is criminal in nature, and they refute, then the legislature still have option of writing to police or security agency to take an action, either by arrest or other legal means.
Okay. Yes. Any other view? You wanted to say something? Okay.
I think the process is this. Once the direction is given and is not done by the executive, the legislature can come in by maybe asking a particular committee to interface with the executive, maybe tell them to do that. But when they fail, maybe an issue of warrant of arrest can be issued on that particular agency or ministry. That's my point.
Okay. Warrant of arrest. Remember that under Section 88 for the National Assembly and 128 for the state assemblies, you have power of investigation. And that power of investigation gives you the power to issue summons. That is a gentleman's invitation. Appear before us. If summons is disobeyed, another instrument given to you by the Constitution is warrant, which you said. That one is to compel now for the arrest. And upon the arrival of the person so invited, there is a hearing, investigative hearing or public hearing as you put it. And what happens at the hearing? Another power you have been given is to administer oath. And you know, if any person lies on oath, it becomes an offense. So the legislature can actually administer oath, take evidence, because it's a quasi-judicial proceeding. At the end of the day, what I am saying is, where you have investigated, you have issued a report, especially where it is a motion, and there is a resolution directing an agency to do an act or stop an act, and that is disobeyed. Does the legislature not have any remedy? Let me even use the chief executive, which is the governor, as an example. If the governor is directed to do something and he refuses to do, is there anything the legislature can do? You take example from the National Assembly. There was a time they invited the Comptroller General of Customs. And they said, as you appear before us, appear in your uniform. You needed to see the Baba Riga the man came with. So, what option? Yes. Sorry. Take the mic.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The issue is that you shall call on the affected ministry to appear before the Honorable House so that you investigate, and then they shall explain to you what is the reason that they deny your resolution. That is the first one. The second one is you go for lobbying. You understand? And then the third one is in addition to what my brothers has already says.
Okay.
Yes.
In our own experience in Benue, there was a motion of urgent public importance that was passed, that was moved, and the governor didn't respond, and it was a crisis situation. So, as part of the government, we also have to act to show a level of responsibility. It was killing, communal clashes that was happening, and we just have to appear there at the scene to show the people. Under the rain, I think it was covered. The whole of us came out to appeal to the people to be calm, that actions are going to be taken. Even though the executive did not act, we showed on our part that because we are with you, we are with you even physically. So the people that were affected, we move some things that we can afford to sustain them. At that moment, we did. So it was personal commitment as legislators. That's what we did.
Okay. Any other view? Now, I want to link this with a session yesterday, executive-legislative relations. You know, it is not good for the relationship to be too cordial, and it should not be a rancorous or bitter relations. When you have a healthy relationship, you will not have difficulty in getting your resolutions implemented. So it links us back to the session we had yesterday on how to build a healthy relationship between the legislature and the executive. Because as it is now, under our constitutional framework, we do not have any direct mechanism for enforcement, because enforcement is left at the doorsteps of the executive. So that being the case, and you know that you check the executive also checks you. That is why when you pass bills sometimes, it suffers the setback of veto. Because you can do everything, all the public hearings, no matter how well put, the president or the governor can say, I withhold assent. That is another way of checkmating you. And if he brings his list of nominees, you can also say, no, we are not doing this. But in the interest, the overriding interest, the paramount consideration is the people. What is in the best interest of the people? And that is why I talked about emergency cases where statutory instruments are deployed. But what are the challenges? Because the session is to examine application and impact. You know, in this part of the world, we don't have means of, of checking. Yes, delegated legislation. We don't have means of validating. So we give blanket powers to the executive and they make, in fact, let me give you an example. During that COVID-19, you know there was lockdown. Within the FCT, after sitting indoors for days, I now say, is this how I'm going to be? Let me go out. Whatever will happen, let me see. And I went out, Airport Road. What did I see? What did I see? My time is up. Okay. Let me give this before I yield the floor. You know, what did I see there? I'm trying to talk about the challenges now. I saw a mobile court. They were trying people, no nose mask, no physical distancing, and there was a magistrate there. The magistrate was presiding, and they will bring you, she would, hear your case and say, you're fine, 3,000. This one, 2,000. Doesn't like your face, 4,000. Likes your face, 1,000. You know, when they went on break, I just went to the magistrate, introduced myself, and then we started discussing. I said, do you know you don't have power to do what you're doing? She said, why? I said, this fine. He said, look at the regulation. He's there in the regulation. And I said, well, regulation, you know now that is a delegated legislation made pursuant to the Quarantine Act. Under the Quarantine Act, maximum fine, 200 naira. You can't make a regulation increasing it unless the act is amended. But because the legislature did not scrutinize it, you can afford to see. I saw another one in CAC and all the rest. So these things continue to live with us as long as we don't have ways of scrutinizing. In other jurisdictions, they have the laying procedure. You make rules, you lay it before the legislature, they will look at it that it is consistent with the powers given to you. And these are the things we must begin to do in line with the practices of other jurisdictions where they have been done, tested, and trusted in terms of efficacy in the overall interest of Nigerian democracy and good governance. I think I'll stop here to yield the floor for more debate. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for him. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me, please? All right, so thank you, our facilitator, for such an very insightful and educative presentation. And I think he had highlighted a number of issues that we are taking home. First is the fact that in terms of legislative instruments, you have the external and internal instrument. The external instrument deals with delegated legislation. And sincerely, the delegated legislation has been a subject of controversy in Nigeria, especially with the emergence of executive orders. And many legislatures, both at the national and federal, most times don't even care about what the governors are issuing in their so-called executive order. In other jurisdictions, there are actually laws on legislative instruments, which, as our facilitator highlighted, will guide on what should be on the legislative delegation or what have you. Like what the example he gave, if the principal act had prescribed, certain punishment or punitive measures, somebody cannot, by way of regulation, do something that is entirely, different. And some of the challenges we face before we also go to the floor is the fact that our session is dealing with how do we apply these instruments. In the state assemblies, we have issues with the fact that most of the bills are executive bills, right? You hardly find private member, bill. And when this executive bill comes, of course, the political reality is that it comes with other packages that makes it possible for us to pass it by just closing our eyes without wasting time. In fact, in the last assembly, a particular state actually passed budget in the excess of billions within 24 hours. And then you begin to wonder, and most of the governors pride themselves as being political gurus because within 24 hours, a whole appropriation of a state in hundreds of billions, were passed, even into the night. And the next day, the speaker was close to him, and everybody is smiling, and the thing is assented, with people not even knowing. So why we are doing this from Yiaga Africa and partners is so that we have, because the National Assembly is not the only legislative body that will bring development to the country. The sub-national legislature is very, very critical. Do you think that there is any state assembly in Nigeria today that can apply legislative instrument that in terms of confirmation of appointment and withhold appointment of any commissioner nominee? Are you aware of anyone, including anyone that can do that? So he said no. All right, so we are going to open the floor so that you ask questions, and both our facilitator and myself will provide some measured responses as to these instruments. You already know them. You have the bill system. The bill instrument is central because the Constitution clearly says where it confers powers on the legislature, that power will be exercised through bills in making laws. You also have the instrument of motion that we use in representation. For instance, in the last 2 weeks in the National Assembly, the only thing you see on the order paper are motions, motions, and motion. So motions are on notice, which means it has gone to rules and business. They've listed it on the order paper. Others are probably urgent national importance, is an emergency, and the speaker thinks that it is so, and then you are allowed to take it on the floor. Then, of course, you have other legislative privileges that are also instruments like petitions, like personal explanations, even oversight, committee system. These are very important. And like our facilitator highlighted, very importantly also, is the fact that separation of power is not strict to censor. It's living, it's dynamic. It's each party checking the other. But what we have not interrogated the most is who oversights the legislature. Why must we continue to wait till after 4 years during an election before the people oversight them? So that instrument of checking the ethical nature of the legislature is key. One of the one of the instruments, again, you have is that of empowering the government to go for loans, which you know they have to come to National Assembly and also get support to get a loan. So how do you exercise that, knowing very well that most of the states are overburdened with debt, and what have you. So the floor is open on questions and comments regarding the specific legislative instrument that is of interest to you, how you can apply it, and how you can get the best out of using the instrument. And let me just end with this, that as a legislator and a legislature for presiding officers who have the entire body, as their constituency, you have to do your best to measure yourself or train yourself in specific instrument. If you are not good in pushing bills, you must be good in pushing motions. If you are not good at that, you must be good in functioning effectively in the committees by oversighting, appropriate. So this session gives you opportunity to identify a legislative instrument of interest, and then we can help guide and moderate on how you can effectively apply it to get maximum impact, while looking at the bigger picture of the kind of reforms we should do to get the state legislatures to measure up and function more effectively. Are we good on this? All right, so the floor is open. Yeah. Where is our... Somebody will get mic across to you. So each contribution will take between 1 minute and 1.2 because, because we have our own rule book too, just like you, and we adopted it before you came.
Good afternoon, ladies and
Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kingsley Udemeze, member representing Idemili North, House of Assembly in Anambra State. First, I'll say thank you very much for this organization. And my question is simple and direct because, in this part of the world, when you disagree with somebody, it means that you're fighting the person. We don't have that ideology of we disagree to agree. It's more or less in paper. Now, is there anything at a point when the executive refuses a particular thing, you change them to court? Because I know in Western world, when there is a disagreement over a certain bill or a matter between the legislators and the executive, normally they do take it to court. So I'm asking if that is possible, apart from at the extreme where people might say, okay, we want to impeach. Before that, can we take some matters to court? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we take some more and then we'll provide the answers. Yeah, second please.
Yeah, good day, my honorable members. My name is Honorable Daisy Ernesto Kechku, representing the good people of Idato North, Imo State. My question is this. Now, I know that power has been moved from an exclusive list. And knowing that, how do we legislate on that aspect coming down to us, knowing that most of the states has not started generating power on their own, And this discourse that distributes power, what do we do to them, especially on this issue of their 40% increment that they are trying to push across? Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good day, House. Thank you very much for another opportunity. Thank you, Barrister, for your fantastic lecture. My name is C. Raymond Dugu from Enugu State House of Assembly. My own question was centered on motion as one of the legislative statutory instruments for conducting legislative business. So I want to ask, in a situation where you come to the floor and maybe the speaker read out a motion and refuse to give opportunity for members to speak either in favor or against the motion, and then he hits his gavel, and so be it. What is the position of a legislator on the floor? What will he do to express his opinion in the floor when the gavel has already been used by the speaker? Because just yesterday, before we came here, we had our sitting, and the speaker came and read a motion that the governor has sent a bill asking us to allow him appoint 50 SAs. And immediately after reading it, he hit the gavel. He did not give us room to speak either in favor or against the bill. And secondly, he read the second one, nominating principal officers for us without our consent. He nominated the majority leader for us, somebody that will lead us. Did not come from our own consent. And then he read all of it and hit his gavel. And we were raising our hands and he refused to give us attention. And then he gave attention to somebody who will now move and second the motion. And then he silenced us. And immediately they moved motion for adjournment and we exited the chambers. So in such situation, what do we do? Because I think it's abnormal. For me, it's an anomaly that you come to house and you will not be given room to speak. So please, I need intervention in this, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We just have one more and we're good. We need our women, gender representation. We need our women. Are you okay with everything? No, you can make comment. Within that same 1 minute, what comment or question will be taken. But I'm interested in our women, honorable members too. We need to capture it.
Hello, good afternoon, members. My name is Bashar Aliyu from Zamfara State House of Assembly. Where? My question number one is...
Did you say Edo State?
Zamfara State.
Oh, Zamfara State.
Yes. My question is the Speaker has right when he comes to plenary sitting just to pass the motion and second it without passing the motion to the members before coming the plenary sitting? Is he has right to do this?
The speaker took the motion by himself.
Yeah.
And seconded and even gathered it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the second question is, Barrister, you said during the coronavirus issue, yes, you asked the judge, said that they don't have right to make this fine with higher money. Is this only based on the emergency issue, or it goes to other part of the governments like police station, civil defense, when something happens and you come to bail somebody, is this fine must to stay with 200 or it can take any amount of money? Thank you.
Okay, the final one. I think my brother, Honorable.
Is the contribution
you wanted to make?
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me take it from my brother there from Anambra. Where your question basically is where there is a disagreement between the legislature and the executive. What are the options? In other jurisdictions, you say they go to court.
and whether that option can be used here. You know, it depends on the nature of disagreement. If it's a lawmaking process, for example, and the executive withholds assent, it's a constitutional power. You can't do anything about it. Except you want to override the governor. But you cannot, if he has exercised his constitutional power, you cannot do anything about it except you go through that legislative procedure to override his power as provided by the Constitution. If it's a directive to do an act, and the governor or the president refuses to act, there are instances where you can go to court to enforce a right. That is why, if you look at the national level, we have what we call the Supreme Court of Nigeria Additional Original Jurisdiction Act, 2002, which has added more original jurisdictions to the Supreme Court. Disputes between the National Assembly and the President, it is the Supreme Court that you go to. That tells you that the Constitution or the Act, the law, recognizes a situation where dispute between the legislature and the executive arises. And such disputes, you can go to court. You approach the court. So it depends on the nature of the dispute. You can have a motion, for example, and a resolution that is persuasive in nature, trying to prevail on the executive to do something which is exclusively within his prerogative. In that case, it will not be advisable to start going to court. Rather, it will be advisable to build a healthy relationship with that arm of government. So my answer would be, going to court or not depends on the nature of that dispute. There are some that you can take drastic actions. Most of the time, you can commence, in extreme cases, removal procedure against the executive. In this part of the world, it is wrongly used as impeachment, but the Constitution uses removal. Unlike in the US, where impeachment is different from removal. In the US, you can be impeached, but you are still in office at the federal level. That is it. Then my brother from Imo, talking about power removal from the exclusive legislative list, right? Now, it is now on the concurrent legislative list, right? Meaning that both the federal and the state governments can legislate. It is now time for the states to kickstart legislation on this, to determine how power within the state, should go. This is like a kind of federalizing the power sector. You decentralize it. There's no monopoly on it anymore. So state assemblies should now take advantage of it to now know what is peculiar in their state, how you want the state to have power, how you want power in the state to be. So it is now time to go to make legislation. And I think another effect of this is that these distribution companies, now, they will now have to be a shift in their modes of operation. Because if you have state laws, they were established pursuant to federal laws in the first instance. So there will be a follow. There's what we call consequential amendments. These things will not naturally happen. But the summary is that the course is clear for the states to now start making their laws, regulating power in their state. Then, unpopular decision of the speaker, the fellow from Enugu State, where the speaker, takes a decision. It reminds me of a time during the tenure of David Mark. It was a time to confirm appointment. So those in favor say aye, those against say nay. Obviously, the nays, they had it. But they say the ayes have it. Bam. All of them started laughing. You know the reason? The speaker is actually doing the bidding of someone. And that's why the executive is always interested in who becomes the leader, the speaker of the house. The executive is never indifferent, is never uninterested in the leadership of the house. So when you see such things, it means there is a hand behind it.
But what are the remedies? You can register your displeasure. You can even remove the speaker. Because the speaker was put there by the legislators. If he's becoming anti the members who put him there, he's becoming opposed to the members, then there should be an action. But as it is now, what I can say is that having done that, immediate remedies may be unavailable, but you can take some drastic steps. Can I add something?
Okay. So just to add to what he said, because removal of speaker is not a walk in the park or a tea party. But the truth is that the speaker knows many people are new, many of the members, and that the procedure was wrong. And you can, in the rule book, there are certain legislative privileges you adopt in such circumstances. You can keep raising point of order so that you can observe that there was a wrong procedure being applied. Because even if the speaker reads the communication, he has to get the leader of the house to move a motion for for him to put the question, and then he can gavel on it. I've never seen where a speaker can be the one to move motion, second it, and even put a gavel. So, but also, in situations where it is clear that the nays have it, because legislative activism is very important, and members have to on their own choose if they want to assert their legislative privileges. And the Legislative Privileges Powers Act makes it very clear where you have all those things. You can move for a division. You can move for a division. It's there. Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that nays have this thing. But and that's where you need the minority caucus or certain caucuses within the assembly. The unfortunate thing is that the caucuses that we celebrate in Nigeria are our party caucus and local government or whatever. There are no interest group caucus who are interested in certain things within the assembly. You have that legislative authority to move for division. And division means, since voice vote is confusing us, let us take a count about the number of those who said yes and those who said nay. So even though the speaker as the oracle may want to maneuver somebody who is very active, but again, over time, tradition and convention may come to play to support it. The procedure is wrong, but how many people have devoted themselves to studying the rule book? Because where the speaker will respect you is every time you come on point of law or point of rule. You understand? And you are providing explanation that this process is wrong. Because he assumed that maybe people wouldn't know all this, they will just feel bad. But a point of law is key. And then for our brother, just to add also to the issue of making laws for the power sector at state level. The federal laws, you can actually convert them, but you need to wait for the standing committees to come up so that it's a group work involving even the executive. And you can get some development bodies or even some of the people interested in the sector to first of all train the people. That training and everything will now produce that law, because most of the laws you're going to have are establishment laws, which will put financial burden on the state. And therefore, you need the governors and the executive to, agree on that. Yeah. So there's the final one.
Final one is, you have already addressed it.
Yeah.
To add to that Enugu debate, where the speaker takes a decision that does not follow the rules of the House, it can also be a legal issue. Because he must follow the rules, except where the rules have been suspended. If the rules have not been suspended, he must follow the rules. And as he said, there are various options available. Then the Zamfara example, or the Zamfara scenario, it is unheard of for a speaker. In fact, when a motion comes up, there must be a seconder. I don't know of any house rule that does not provide for that.
And in fact, the speaker will have to step down if he wants to move the.
If he wants to, then he has
the
to.
deputy will preside.
So you see, that's why we need capacity building so that these speakers do not take advantage of the fact that they are new members, they are not yet acquainted with the rules of the house. So the procedure is completely wrong by all standards. Wrong.
All right, so we'll take your comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sirs. My name is Dominic Ezeri. I represent the good people of Oru West in Imo State House of Assembly.
Imo State, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm a second timer.
Okay. A ranking member.
Sorry, sir. I also, from what you said, I'm okay with it. But I want to disagree with some of my colleagues, especially on their questions. At first, apart from the disagreement, let me say I want to quarantine a little to that of my Anambra brother. The question he put to you is simple, and the answer to him is very straight. The man said, can they go to court to challenge this? I think the man did a yes or no answer. The answer is you have the rights, the legislature have the rights to take the executive to court. A complete right, 168 of the Constitution, a complete right. The question now is, what will be the outcome of the court? Of course, you know that your governors have one or two relationships with the judiciary. To keep away from whatever we think of, there is no way the judgment will come in your favor. I've answered you politically. For him to be satisfied, the answer is yes. For my brother who said that's from Enugu, I think he was not actually correct in the question as to motion. No speaker in the world, whether a fresher or not, will move a motion. No speaker in the world will move a motion. What the speaker did in your states, let me make it clear to you so you can go home with it, was to read on the floor of the House a letter that is usually number 5 on the orders of the paper before the House, message from the governor, and which is following the areas of an announcement. The governor written a letter to the House of Assembly through the speaker, who reads on the floor of the House to state that 50 persons are to be his SAs, and there is no business with you to debate on that issue of SAs, and because they are not commissioners. Hitting the gavel is a third stage, and if I were him, I will hit the gavel like a carpenter. So it will sound in the ears of members for them to also learn the procedures of the area.
Sorry.
Then again, sir.
Okay, are you done? Okay, round up. I need to comment about something that you said.
Like?
No,
okay, finally.
Okay.
I will advise. Can I go on, sir? That's
this is the last comment. Yeah. Every other thing, we will take it and report progress later.
What I said is hitting the gavel.
All right, we know you're a ranking member, so round up.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so thank you so very much for this section. And I think that we have interacted very well, and you have learned a number of things. In terms of, even the speaker cannot read the letter and just put a gavel. Somebody must also move, usually the leader of the House, so that the procedure is complete. And then but it's not subject to debate per se, except a member has a fundamental point of order. Maybe you believe that things should be done differently, but in the Constitution, it's more like a constitutional mandate you have to give him human instruments to work with in his office. But it doesn't stop you in legislative procedure. It doesn't stop you if you have any fundamental issue to raise a point of order to the fact that, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe we should make this thing express. We need to probably, look at one or two things. But but that is legislative play, and But in terms of this thing, is within the right to do so. But to complete the procedure after reading any message that require legislative backing, a motion must take and seconded, and the speaker must put a question that favors it, and then he gathers it into confirmation and all that. So, in essence, what we are taking home is that, first of all, members should be acquainted with the rules of the House. This is the Bible. The interesting thing is that legislature is not like executive. The design is unique. That is why you don't have deputies or assistants. Your assistant are legislative aides. They cannot move motion for you, take bill for you. They can write and research all they want. It is you who will eventually go to the floor and do this thing. So understanding the rule book, knowing the rule book is very important. And being together and helping to make sure that legislature function effectively is also key. Don't be the one sabotaging the legislature because of whatever reason. It is important that whatever issue within the House is raised there. Let you be known for who you are and what you stand for. And then finally, there are manuals in the use of this instrument. In fact, in the rule book, how bills are moved, are presented and sponsored are there. And most times, bills can also be co-sponsored by one or two or more people. Explore these, approaches and methods, and I'm sure it will help you, effectively. So finally, we are going to rise and take our legislative instrument charge. And it's a very simple charge. Shall we rise, please?
Bill and the legislators did not agree with it, can they go ahead? Do they have the right to? Honorable Deze Ernest Okechukwu, undertake to apply all my legislative instruments effectively to represent state and my constituency. So help me God.
fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, And now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream.
I have a dream.
They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering dream.
I have a dream.
And now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced tight race of over 15,000 candidates, they came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, And now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot, visit www.theconvergence.ng. The Convergence 5.0 Leadership, Power, Politics. Brought to you by Yiaga Africa and the Young Parliamentarians Forum with support from the European Union. They dared to dream. They fought tirelessly in a tight race of over 15,000 candidates. They came out victorious. The elections are over, and now we converge as we march to the next assembly. Are you a member-elect of the National Assembly under 45? Are you a member-elect of a State House of Assembly under 40? Join the Convergence 5.0 on the 4th and 5th of July in Abuja. The Convergence 5.0 is the largest gathering of young elected legislators in Nigeria. We bring you a platform to learn from experienced legislators and build a powerful network of young legislators. Don't miss this opportunity to hone your skills for optimal legislative performance in this assembly and build power for political leadership. For further information and to reserve a spot,
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please, can we close the gap? Those of us at the back, can we come forward, please? So we don't leave any space in between. And as we have decided to do now, we collapse the two streams into one and have a single session. I think this will drive us to the end of the event to be a convenient point to end it. Please, let's cover this place. Those of you there, please, can you move forward? So for this session, we are going to have two facilitators and two moderators who will take us through. May I humbly invite one of the facilitators who is a known face here, Honorable Simon Karu. A round of applause for him, please. Round of applause. Again, let me invite our dear Dr. John Olarewaju, one of the facilitators, to the podium. A round of applause for him. Then we'll have our facilitators. One of them is Dr. Bello Latunji, the Clerk Senate Committee on INEC. A round of applause for him, please. And our dear Fred Adetiba.
but yeah, we can. Let me have this. Good afternoon, everyone. You're welcome back from lunch. I hope it was not too heavy. I hope it was light enough for us. All right, you're welcome. My name is Frederick Adetiba, and I'm going to be moderating the session. And we have someone that will also be joining the panel because there was a special request to have a member of our House of Assembly to also look at this particular subject that we're looking at today. So let's put our hands together as we welcome Honorable Dominic from Imo State House of Assembly. Ezerioha, Honorable Dominic Ezerioha, a ranking member. And so what we're looking at this point is legislative committees as drivers of legislative performance. But let me start by formally, this is me now, on behalf of myself, congratulating each and every one of you for a successful run at the elections. Please, once again, can you just put your hands together for yourselves? Congratulations, and it's so good to see every one of you. And it's also good to see some of, we have a few returnees here that I've also seen. Also good to see the few returnees as well. And I know that the sessions have been educative and informative thus far. And we also hope that this one will also add to the body of knowledge that has been shared here. So like I said earlier on, we're looking at legislative committees as drivers of legislative performance. And the panel that we have here, I believe very strongly that they are very fit to help us shed light on the subject. And what we're going to be looking at would be what are parliamentary committees. We'll be looking at the types of committees that we have, functions of committees, as well as membership and leadership of committees. And even outside of this outline, there are other insights around the subject. It would be good to also take that. And so I would like us to start very quickly with Honorable Simon to just give us maybe, let's say 3 minutes, if possible. We'll start from Honorable Simon to just give us an insight into what committees are in the legislature.
Thank you very much. Let me establish a foundation with a quote from a former president of America, the 28th president, President Thomas Woodrow Wilson, who said that Congress in session is Congress in exhibition, while Congress in committee is Congress at work. So what it literally means is that committees are more or less the engine room of every Congress or every parliament. That is where legislative functions and legislative activities are conducted most appropriately. Every bill passes through the committee. The committee works on it, organizes a public hearing, and also review the reports from the public, and also takes it back to the plenary. And then committees also, every motion within the House passes through what is called legislative compliance, of which committees get to do that. So take away committees in the parliament, take away the engine of the beautiful building you have within the Congress. So committees are more or less what determines the performance and activities of every Congress that is being established by government. We can also put it in this way. Sessions or plenary is a place of show of power and show of speech, is a place of jamboree. But when you go to committees, that's where the work actually takes place, either in investigative committees or administrative or regular oversight functions that committees get to establish based on that. So take committees away, take the Congress out of existence.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's put our hands together for him for that. I think it will also be still good to still hear more about what committees are in the legislature. Let's hear from Doc.
All right, thank you. In line with what Honorable Caro have just said, I'll describe it this way. I won't want to give us a formal definition, but rather a description with what we are all used to. We have our cars. Let's look at our car as the legislature, state assembly, or the National Assembly. Then you appoint a particular person, first among equals, the Speaker, the President of the Senate, at the driver's seat of that vehicle, which is the State Assembly or the National Assembly. Like he said, the engine of that car is what the committee is. The pistons in that particular engine are different committees. Now, if you know how the engine of a car operates, you know very well that the engine will not run without the movement of the pistons in the engine. Now, these pistons can be described or viewed as the workings of different committees. Now, another way to look at it is like this. You have the entire House. Then from the House, you have selected members. Members are intentionally selected based on their background, based on their interest, and they are placed in different committees based on their interest and on other, based on other criteria for them to work together and critically look at different situations, investigations, discuss bills, discuss possible motions and how to come up with policy statements, and at the same time, conduct oversight. Now, at this level, members can actually take their time to sit down and look at matters critically. At the same time, within these committees, we also have a secretariat. Now, in the secretariat, you have research officers, you have legal officers, you have statisticians, you have the head of the secretariat, which is the clerk of the committees. Now, these people offer support services to members. Of course, we have report writing. Each committee is expected to present reports. And also there are different types of committees, which I believe with time we're going to look into that. Thank you.
Absolutely, and that's actually the very next question here that I'm going to be throwing to Doc. What are the different types of committees that we have?
Thanks very much. Like it has been said, the committee is just like the engine room and it functions. And because committees are so critical and important, they have various types. And each of them, for instance, there are special committees. One of the special committee is the selection committee. I'm sure the selection committee is made up of the presiding officers, as well as principal officers, representatives of political parties. And if some of us have been following the trend, the interest has always been who is going to be the presiding officer, who is going to be the principal officer, because these are people that we select the people that will be in different committees. We also have special committees, such as rules and business. These are standing committees that has to be constituted within 14 days of, in most cases, of the inauguration of an assembly. The rules and business, the ethics, public accounts, these are special committees. Special, it does not mean that they are juicy or better than the other, but special in the fact that they are the ones that direct the operations, in most cases, of the assembly. Like the rule and business now is concerned about lawmaking, the lawmaking process, scheduling of law, bills, and monitoring and all that. The ethics and privilege committees has to do with regulating the conduct of members of the National Assembly itself. And when we talk of the Public Account Committee, it has to do with good governance, oversight of the executive, and reports that are generated by the executive, and they look into them. Then we also have some other subcommittees that can be set up to look at specific cases. Maybe there are matters of public interest, and the plenary can empower a committee to look in. We have what is known as joint committees, where 2-3 committees have to look into a matter. All these are there. Then specifically, the types of committees, the standing committees. When we talk of standing committees, because the legislature oversight the executive and the judiciary, this oversight is done through the committee system. Each of the committee has a responsibility to oversight an arm of government. So you have education committee, oversighting the education, you have health, you have every segment. So that's why we see that the legislature is the eye and the ears of the public, because you are the one that looks at all these activities, all these operations, both the executive and the judiciary. You are expected to be there. So every committee has a supervisory role, either on the executive or the legislative or an MD. So these are the different type of committees and the way they function. And then you can have a conference committee when there are disagreement over a bill, especially at the National Assembly. The House of Rep and the Senate can meet in a joint committee, and they meet. Then budget committee, of course, we know almost all the head of each of the subcommittees are part of the appropriation committee, because of the important is a yearly affairs, and it touches the life of the people, because the money appropriated determine development and space and policies that goes on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I would still want you to speak a little bit more into the standing and the special committees. What would you say in specific terms are the differences between those two types? Because from your explanation, you spoke more into the two of them. What would be the differences between them?
The special committees are they are common to almost every house of assembly, taking Nigeria for instance, and their membership in most cases cut across political parties. When you have ethics and legislative, and again, the service committee, when you have committee of the committee of rules and business, they coordinate the activities of the assembly itself. Like every other committee that has a bill, these bills are normally scheduled by the rules and business committee. They are the one that will also coordinate and get the views of other committees. When you have the ethics and public petition, it is also a standing committee, is a statutory committee of the assembly that every other committees can report to. Then when you talk of the standing committee, they are specific to a particular assignment mandate that has been given to them. If you are education committee, your mandate is to supervise and make regulation, make laws, do everything that has to do with education.
Known as a committee of the whole, which is purely what we discuss in the House. The Speaker comes down and the committee of the whole will discuss with the committee where the Speaker becomes a chairman. And after then, he goes up there and becomes the Speaker. And the third one is very straightforward. Purely on House committee, ad hoc committee, there will be an issue in the House. A motion will be raised. And the Speaker, the mover of the motion, will bring us a word to say, please, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, form an ad hoc committee to look into a particular issue. where the speaker can decide to bring a chairman from the judiciary, chairman from the public account, chairman from the other side, simply because what they want to go and adjudicate for are purely things that have to do with 4 or 5 different areas that can come together. And which is the final one? The final one is purely what is known as a joint committee. So let's not mistake this to be a different thing. There's a joint committee and there's ad hoc committee. So by the time we go further, we'll explain more of this one so we can interact. And I want to also beg, sirs, as far as this lecture is the last lecture, please let us make this lecture an interactive lecture where most of us will disagree and agree on this point. Thank you, sirs.
That's good. I like that because I know there will be a lot of contributions on this part. All right. Can we just quickly go back to Honorable Karu and then we'll come back to you.
All right. I just want to add on the special committees or statutory committees and also the standing committees. Statutory committees are backed constitutionally. They get their powers from the Constitution, whereas standing committees is a business of the House. The House decides based on their House rules to establish more committees or to establish an ad hoc committee to perform a particular legislative function. For example, before the inauguration of standing committees, a lot of motions are usually pushed to an ad hoc committee to get to undertake such a legislative function on behalf of the entire House to that effect. So you can look at it from 2 ways. The special committees he made mention of are usually backed by the Constitution of the country, whereas standing committees usually are establishments of the House. So each assembly decides whether they want to have 100 standing committees, 150 standing committees, or 50 standing committees. Is a creation of the House. So the House decides on what it actually gets to do on that.
Well, that's really helpful. All right, sir. Mr. Olatunji?
Still talking about the difference between standing committees and special committees. I like the way Honorable categorized it. But in the National Assembly, you discover that we have so many other special committees. Of course, it is deliberate because the National Assembly, you have the Senate, and, okay, when you get there, because it's a bicameral legislature compared to a unicameral legislature that we have in the states. Now, the major difference between special committees and other committees is the fact that the special committees are established deliberately to run the affairs of the legislature. For instance, you look at a committee like the Select Committee, which Prof mentioned. You look at the Committee on Public Accounts. These are special committees. You look at Committee on Ethics. Now, they are deliberately set up to run throughout the sessions of the Parliament to see to the runnings, daily affairs of the Parliament, especially when you look at a committee like Rules and Business. They set the motion for every single session of the House, how it will go, what are those things to be discussed. And also, he also mentioned the Select Committee in his categorization. Then you have the Committee on Media, which, stands as the committee that represents the image of the House or the Senate. And even I believe that in some states also we have that kind of special committee. So this is the major difference. Concerning the ad hoc committee now, we have to understand the fact that another committee, when it is created, like he said, to look into a particular purpose, the day that ad hoc committee submits its report, it is automatically dissolved. There is no ceremony on its dissolution. Once it is done with its responsibility, the responsibility it was given, and it submits its report, it stands dissolved. So that's the major difference between the ad hoc committee and the standing committee, which Honorable explained that they are to look into, they are set up deliberately to look into agents, departments, and ministries of government. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think, let me throw in one more question, and afterwards we'll then take questions from the audience. And this question would focus on membership and leadership of committees, because I know that that's another level of politics that actually go on both at the National Assembly and State Assembly. Everybody is just late, okay. And then some committees are also seen as being more juicy than others, so all of that. So what are the considerations for constituting committees and then also the leadership of these committees? Let me trade to you. Yeah.
The committee membership, usually, like the first speaker said, committees are made up of chairman, vice chairman, and then you have members who are the legislators themselves, and you have the secretariat. In terms of membership, membership of the select committee are statutorily based. You have the speaker, the deputy, the presiding officer, the principal officers, and most cases, representative of political parties within those areas, because they are going to constitute the other committees from time to time. Committees are specialized activities that looked into particular operation. And we expect that the background, the qualification, as well as the experience of honorable members are taken into consideration when they are being put into committees. But in most cases, that is not the case. In most cases, it depends on the power of the political party. It depends on your loyalty to the leadership. It depends on loyalty even to the political party or even the presiding officer. It depends on your team playing ability. We would have expected that a medical doctor will ordinarily be the head of health, or a professor and educationist will be the head of education. But in most cases, it's not like that. It depends on sometimes who is loyal, who is not loyal, which party is in control, which party is not in control. So you might find somebody who is vibrant, good as a lawyer and is known, is sound, but he may not be in the judiciary committee. You may find him to be in mines and some other areas, not because, and this is one of the reasons why training and retraining of legislators is very key. Whichever committee you find yourself, you familiarize yourself with what is doing. But there is no particular category, because as of today, it is not based. There are certain committees, for instance, like the judiciary, that you cannot put a chairman as a layman. It has to be a lawyer. But other committees, in most cases, are not based on experience or professional callings or in terms of capability of member. They are based entirely on the leadership, the judgment of the leadership, your political affiliation. If you are in the ruling party or the party that controls parliament, you are likely to get a better, and it's not limited to Nigeria. In the Congress in America, in most cases, if you are not the ruling party, you can hardly even sponsor any bill. If I is dead or they will not allow you. And the speaker defends that very, very seriously. So, in the ruling party, we have a say in what leadership. Your closeness. We have had people who they are in the other party and they have campaigned for the emergence of a presiding officer. They will expect some reward. These are issues that. But what we should know is that whichever party committee we find ourselves, I think we should strive to bring to bear, because as a political actors, you all have experience on policy and management, on administration, on a lot of community issues, and you must be able to influence the politics of that committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Caro, just 30 seconds.
10 seconds, you said. All right, thank you. There are more to the nature and approach to selection, which he has mentioned some of them. I would like to highlight on two, standard procedures for the selection, and then the political aspects of what plays out in the selection of leadership of committees and also membership of that. He mentioned the committee that is being established. First is that every state has a member that represents them in the selection committee. So you have a representation from your state each in the process. And then the leadership of the House also plays a role in the selection of the committee. Members are usually allowed to select committees they would want to be part of. The forms are usually given, and then you select your committees based on what is allotted to your states. But the leadership of the committee, just like he said, is reserved for the leadership of the House to determine. At your state level, your caucus leaders may be contacted to get their opinion on what works well, and that's the political aspect of selecting the leadership of these various committees. It could be in forms of compensation, but a lot of times experience of members is considered in the selection of the leadership of various committees. Just like you mentioned, it is expected that a doctor should head a health committee, and then somebody who has an experience of paramilitary activities should also head police affairs or army or any of the armed forces to that effect, so that you have that capacity to be able to deliver with that regard. That is not to undermine the services of clerks and secretaries who are deployed to respective committees. They also provide background and strategic support to those committees based on their own experiences to that effect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are we ready for our questions? All right, go ahead, please.
Thank God Mr. Speaker is here. I was waiting for Mr. Speaker to come, so I will speak my mind. Please, like I said before, my own duty here. Thank God for my dear brother Cairo from the House of Rep. Most of those things he's saying there is exactly what is happening in the House of Rep. Why I'm here today is to speak what is exactly happening in the House of Assembly. It's a practical thing without any fear or contradiction, because they will benefit it more. There are 4 committees in the House of Assembly that are very vital. Most times, the governor chooses them. Hello? Hello? Most of the times, they choose them. Number 1, public accounts. We are here to learn, and that's why we are here. Number 2, local government affairs. Do you know the number 3? Should I say it?
Tell us.
Works. And finally, information. Do you know why? These are areas you will not misbehave in terms of talking. And let me tell us the truth. Committee stages have been pointed outside any practical discussion. If we want to be practical here, we'll be practical. Committee selections, sometimes in the House of Assembly, on 95% is not purely on what you know and how you will do it. If you're supposed to be the majority leader and it was rubbed on you, you can be compensated with a juicy committee. God bless you.
All right, so I want to say that most of the experiences they have shared, I mean, they're actually valuable. I believe they are from, from his experience in the Imo State, right? House of Assembly. And it would be good for the...
Yes, as a member of the House.
As a member of the House,
Yes.
all right. So it would also be good if we have other positions, especially Speaker, please, in case if you have input to this conversation, it will really, really be helpful in terms of, of committees in the House that you have been leading. But before then, Mr. Olatunji wants to add something.
Well, I think I've done 1, 2, 3 presentations or more in the State Assembly. And I will not want to categorize what is happening in some states as take it to be the general thing that happens in all the states. I can see some members are already at Kano State, Lagos, Ogun State, Abia, Imo. I've done presentations that I've worked with them over the years. So let us not just take everything as the same. Now, look at our committees. 1 or 2 people have mentioned juicy committee here and there. For me, as a committee clerk and been in the National Assembly for almost 20 years, I'll tell you this for free. the committee is what the chairman and the clerk makes it. I always tell people something in the Senate. If you remove me from the committee on INEC today and take me to any committee, it depends on if my chairman is ready to work, we'll make that committee to work. The committee is what the chairman and the secretariat, the clerk, makes it to be. That is one. Secondly, still looking at the effectiveness and efficiency of committees. In most cases, the political representative does not want a situation where the secretariat will do its work. But we forget the fact that the secretariat remains the memory of the committee. So if you do some things directly on your own as politicians or as chairman of the committee, by the time the next assembly will be coming, all what you have done is gone to the dustbin. Now, the clerk and the secretariat does not have that record. One thing I always tell the political representative is this. When you are working in your committee, you must insist on the secretariat and the clerk to give you a work plan. This is a good time. You're all going to committees. This is my clerk. They've made me chairman. Give me a work plan. What are the things we intend to achieve in the next 1 year? What are the steps we are going to take, apart from looking at the budget and other things? It is quite important. In the House of Representatives, we have 105 committees. In the Senate, we have 71. Now, the House of Representatives, they have an average of about 40 members in one committee. Of course, we have 360 members. In the Senate, you have 19, 15 members. Of course, that tells you that in the Senate, almost every member in the Senate is either a chairman or a vice chairman. So it is easier to manage committees in the Senate compared to the House of Representatives where you have 40. But again, of course, the State House is a different ball game altogether. I am still alluding to the fact that in the State House, of course, the governor has a lot of influence, but that still does not stop the committee from working. It depends on how the political representative intends to work.
All right, thank you. But are we ready for questions? Please, if you have questions, let me just see your hands so I can take them.
Let us talk about the size of committee, because membership of committee. In most cases, you discover that some members belong to too many committees and they may not be able to function. So ideally, maybe one of members should
Your mic, sir.
Members of committees to be efficient. I was once a chief executive, and when we go for budget defense or we go for anything in the National Assembly, you discover that you have the chairman, the vice chairman, the secretary, and many members are not there. Some of them are moving from one committee to the other, just sign their names. So a committee can only be effective if membership, in America you can be, in Canada, maybe one per committee. In America, 1 or 2 committees. So we should not have members moving from two large committee, moving from one committee to the they can never be effective. Sometimes committees are holding meetings at the same time, and the member belongs. So I think those are areas we should also take very good notice of. In creating this committee, it's not just the number, but the effectiveness of the committee. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. It would be good to also find out how that is done in other assemblies. Yes, Speaker.
Good afternoon. Right Honorable Debo Godoyin, Speaker of your State House of Assembly. And I've heard a lot of what has to be said about the committee here today, although I like the panel and the direction in which they've taken it to, because it's very practical. My own take is that in different states, in different assemblies, you have different systems. In Oyo State, the governor does not interfere in committees. In other states, it could be so. You cannot take away the influence of the executive on the legislative. It is our own goal and our own objective to ensure that we build up the institution, the legislative institution, because I believe it's the arm of government that has suffered the most based on our history, either recent history or past history. Recent history, we've been oppressed. In the past history, it's the arm of government that is usually attacked first when there's a change in governance, maybe from democracy to military or whatnot. And during the military regime, there's no real. So therefore, it is very important that we get some of these things right. And one of the engine room of the assembly, as the panel has also discussed, is the committee, the activities of the committee. What do they do? Mostly oversight functions, mostly consideration of bills. And I like what the last panelist said about the committee is hinged, I believe it's the clerk of the committee in the National Assembly, the committee is hinged on the performance, willingness, and dedication of the chairman, as well as the capacity of the clerk. That is very correct. It happened in Oyo State, whereby there was a member that seemed to be benefiting a lot and making a lot of moves on a particular committee, Commerce, House Committee on Commerce. It appeared to the House that why is it that somebody that might not be so popular is enjoying the benefits of being in such committee? After 2 years, what we do is that we review committees and then we reallocate committees depending on performance or depending on issues that they might have every 2 years in the Oyo State House of Assembly. And then he was moved away from that committee and put in another committee. Now, funny enough, the committee was moved from, we put another member there that they were agitating for. There was nothing, no achievement in that committee. And the committee that we thought was not viable, where he was moved to, now also became, and everybody started looking at the committee again and say, this committee on this thing, science and technology or energy or whatnot, so we want it too. So my point is, as new parliamentarians going into the House of Assembly, we might be faced with a not so lucrative, in quotes, committee. The point is not what the committee is seen as. The committee might be media, ICT, whatever. The committee might be science and, or legislative compliance, special duties, anything that doesn't really have to be like agriculture, local government, works, what you term lucrative committee, but you can still have an impact in any committee because it's still a function as a duty according to your constitutional rights to ensure that wherever you are placed, you perform proper, adequate oversight functions in that area. So my advice to young state houses of assembly is that do not mind whatever committee you are put in today, as long as you can build capacity, make impact, make a difference in the committee that you are in, and then moving forward, you'll be known for the good works you've done in that capacity. Thank you.
Wow. So the point here is that it's not about the committee, but about the individual members that can actually make things work in those committees. That's well taken. Can we take some questions now? Our time is fast spent. We have very few minutes to go. Questions on this? Any questions? All right.
Okay, while the questions are coming up, Prof said something about membership of committees, number of members of committees. I want us to look at it this way. In the National Assembly, like I said, in the House of Representatives, you have about 40 members in a committee. Now, Honorable Caro can testify to this. You don't need to have all the 40 members seated. What happens in the Senate and in the House is that each chairman looks at his members and look at those members that are very active in that particular committee. Like he said, a member can belong to up to 8 committees, and they can be having meetings at the same time. But as the chairman of the committee or vice chairman, you know your members that are very, very active. You know in this meeting, if I have, out of these 40 members, if I have 10 or 12 of them seated, whatever we want to do, these 10 will contribute effectively. Now, if you compare our system with that of the US, in the US, you have about 19 standing committees in the House of Representatives. The system they run, they have subcommittees. For instance, you have a standing committee on defense. Now, under the standing committee of the defense, you have subcommittee on army, subcommittee on marines, subcommittee on Navy, subcommittee on Air Force. Now, all these subcommittees, they now have what they call deputy chairs that report to the chair of the committee. You have sub-clerks that report to the clerk of the committees. Our own system is totally different. We have, instead of having subcommittees, we have committee on Army, committee on Navy, committee on Customs, just like that, committee on Police. So it's a different ball game altogether. In as much as our democracy is laced in line with the US and UK system to a large extent, our system is still totally different from them. So you don't have to have all those 40 or 45 members seated before your committee can be effective. So that is why in a situation, most times, you see a committee, you see only 10, but you can be rest assured that those 10 members, in my committee, when we want to have meeting, there are some members, my chairman will keep asking me, have you called this person, have you called this person? Because he knows when those people are seated, we can go a long way. And it's like that in most of other committees.
All right, thank you very much. I can see I've asked like 3 times for questions and no hands are raised and our time is fast. Where is it? Okay, let's just take that one, please. Permission to take that, just that one, and then it will be...
Thank you. I'm Right Honorable Sunday Peter. I want to add to what the member there, my colleague, rightly mentioned concerning the challenges that we have when it comes to issue of formation of committee. I'm very happy with what our senior colleague said, the members of reps. The major problem at the State Assembly when it comes to issue of committees, let's be practical like he rightly mentioned, usually started from the formation of the leadership of the House. Because sometimes, believe you me, I was there. I've been a deputy speaker. I know how these things works, and we have to tell ourselves the truth. Before even the selection of the selection committee, sometimes committees are formed. So selection committees are not even functioning in most of the House of Assemblies. So I'm happy with what is happening at the House of Representatives, that they even have representatives across the 36 states to sit down and even nominate. In our own case, most of the state assemblies, you only hear your name. Even being a member of the selection committee, you will be announced the same time with even the committee, standing committees of the House. That is what usually happens. Because people that form the House, that elect the speaker, determine everything that happens in that House. That is the logic of most of the House of Assemblies. But what I'm trying to emphasize is, I believe before any committee, you are first a representative. And Constitution has given each and every one of us equal right to function. Though there are some times when you start to function well, the executive arm frown at you, which they will come after you through your leadership. But the major thing is, if you are doing your work perfectly well according to the Constitution, and you are representing your people very well, the people that will return you is not the governor. We had the experience. Some of the people that become too loyal to the governor and end up not doing their function as legislators, as committee chairman, just because they don't want to touch the executive, end up losing their seat. Those that did their job diligently, their constituency voted them from another party, not the governor's party. So I'm backing the deputy speaker. Any committee that is given to you, you are the one that will make that committee to function well if you follow the guide of your committee clerk, because I am really appreciative of the committee clerk that he has worked for almost 20 years. Usually, we don't perform as committee chairmen because we underestimate or underrate our committee clerks. And these are people that have been there before us. If you submit to their guide, believe you me, your committee will function excellently well. So that is my own additional contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you for that. I also just want to add, as we round off this session, to say that one of the reasons Yiaga Africa is putting these sessions together is because we believe that this new crop of leaders will make a difference. So the expectation is that, let's say, 10 years to come, by the time we're back here again to continue this kind of conversations, what we should be getting in terms of feedback from the state houses of assembly should be different, right? Can we all say yes to that? Yeah, because we cannot continue like this. You know, we need to actually change the narrative, and that's one of the things that we are trusting that each and every one of you would do. At this point, I just want to quickly go over, we've looked at committees, we've looked at functions of committees, we've looked at the different types of committees and the difference between the various types, and also the membership and the leadership of various committees. So at this point, please, can you join me to put our hands together for our panel, because we have come to the end of this particular session. Please, we can do better than that, right? Yes. Thank you. We're adding up because our time is actually...
Drop something important on that. I think on committee issues, where we have quite a number of committees, I think from 105, before we finished the 9th Assembly, it rose to about 110 or 115 thereabout. We continue to... the US system you described, I think that is quite effective. You find some committees that committee has never held meetings at all. Because you belong to several other committees, you don't even know that that committee hasn't been functional. So I think it's part of the moves that he mentioned that we need to actually get to correct it. And then the second part of it is, even at the state houses of assembly, I think our motion I don't mean legislative motion, our activities within the state house creates some form of strength and recognition for the house. If the house continues to remain silent because the governor controls it, then it remains completely weakened. Let there be assemblies that rise to at least shake the table a bit. There's no assembly that goes quiet and then is remembered. Legislators are known for shaking the table. Tables must be, you have to shake the table as legislators on that part.
And break some legs.
And then the last part of it is that committee clerks are very powerful. Let us learn to work with them and learn to listen to them. Some of them are more powerful than legislators because they've been there for long and they know agencies. Their advice and recommendations are really priceless. Let us not underrate them and see them as common clerks. If I had seen Tunji as a common clerk, not a friend, I wouldn't be sitting with him today, but I took his advice and I worked with him. Today I'm not in the house. I'm able to relate with him and he's quite relevant and instrumental in the house. There are quite a lot of things I can do through him and he could support me on that part. So let us take clerks and committee members in those respective places because they are valuable within and outside the legislature. Thank you.
All right. 30 seconds, final words. I've been asked to just allow. Final 30 seconds, please. Honorable Ezra. Yes, you wanted that.
Sorry, my own is outside the committee. As freshers, newcomers, or second-comers, love your speaker. Work with your speaker. Love your governor. Whether he's in the same party with you, work with him. Go to your leaders. Give them what they want so you will win the election. God bless you.
All right, thank you very much. Can we, you still want to?
Okay. Thank you so much. My advice is to first appreciate the organizers and to say that you are expected to be catalysts in your various houses of assembly. You should be the change agent. There is nothing that we cannot change. We cannot change. That is why you are here. You owe the future of this country, and you must be the change agent in your various houses of assembly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. The last one.
Okay, my advice will just be this, apart from every other thing that has been said. Don't say you are deprived of funds to do a lot of things in the committees. The money is out there. Work with civil society organizations. They are all over the place. I have myself and my committees and some other bodies that have been set up in the National Assembly. I've continued to work with organizations like Yiaga Africa, Westminster Foundation, Plaque. There are so many of them out there. They are just waiting to partner with the legislature at the national and state level for a lot of things to be done. We can only improve on this democracy rather than being stagnant if we're willing to open up our hands, open our doors to collaboration with other sectors within the system. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists for an incisive and engaging discourse that we've had. Thank you. Can we just take a picture and then we're out?
Well, thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. So this is the last session for the Convergence 5.0. And without wasting time, please let me invite the chairman of the Young Parliamentarians Forum, our very own Honorable Ibrahim Tukura, Kabiru Tukura. Please give him a round of applause. Also joining us on this very last session, where is Simon? Help me welcome Honorable Simon Carroll, who is the former secretary of the Young Parliamentarians Forum. Also joining us is the Right Honorable Speaker for the Oyo State House of Assembly, our brother and friend, Honorable Ogundayin Adebo Edward. Please give him a round of applause. To also join us at this final session is the Honorable Speaker for the Osun State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Adewale Olumide Egbedun. Please give him a round of applause. He's going to give us a closing shot. So what we try to do is to collapse this session, and so we can leave here in 30 minutes. Without wasting time, let me invite the chairman of the Young Parliamentarians Forum to deliver his remark, tell us about the Young Parliamentarians Forum, and then we can run with the conversation. No, Mr. Chairman wants to stand.
I thought there's a PowerPoint presentation. Huh?
Can we, is the presentation up?
Is the presentation ready? Okay, I think I'll just run it with the paper. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to be back here again to speak to you on the YPF. I want this session to be as interactive as possible, more interactive than Samson has earlier designed it to be. So as I go along the line, feel free to stop me as I present to ask questions on anything that is not clear to you. What I'm here to do is to give you a background of what the YPF is and what the aims and the functions of the YPF are. YPF, as you all know, stands for Young Parliamentarians Forum. It's a forum for young people who are elected into legislative offices that are the age of 45 years and below at the time of election. So if you are elected on a given day and you turn 46 the following day, you are still a member of YPF. So it's automatic.
The IPU, which is the mother body of the YPF, is an international organization of the parliaments of sovereign states, which has been a focal point for worldwide parliamentary dialogue since 1889. IPU works for peace and cooperation amongst people and for firm establishment of representative democracy. IPU is to the parliament what the United Nations is to the executive. So in other words, IPU is akin to the United Nations. There are 2 IPU events every year. The General Assembly, 2 General Assembly gatherings of the IPU. It's been moved from country to country. And all IPU member countries have representations. And the YPF has a permanent representation on the IPU board. So every General Assembly, the YPF is represented on the General Assembly of the IPU. The aims of the IPU is to foster contacts, cooperation, and exchange of experience among parliamentarians of all countries, to consider questions of international interest and express views on such issues, with the aim of bringing out action by parliaments and their members, to contribute to the defense of human rights, and to contribute to the better knowledge of the working of representative institutions, and to the development and strengthening of their means of action. The IPU from time to time organizes trainings and seminars for members of its members, of which, like I said, the YPF is a member of the IPU. And so from time to time, there are trainings that are being organized for YPF, courtesy of the IPU, unless you don't want to learn, but the opportunities are abound. The IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians is a permanent body of the IPU made up of young representatives aged 45 years and below, as at the time of being sworn in, who are dedicated to the advocacy to enhance qualitative and quantitative participation of young persons in leadership and decision-making processes. Well, the YPF Nigeria adopted this, but we expanded our scope to say that we are advocating for young persons, women, and people living with disabilities. That is why whatever we've done in the YPF, we've tried to advance this cause for these 3 underrepresented groups. Okay, membership. Okay, the patrons. The patrons of the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives are the patrons of the National Young Parliamentarians Forum, while the Speakers of the State Houses of Assembly are the patrons of the respective State Houses of Assembly chapters of the Forum. The President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives and or any designated official inaugurates leadership and members of the Forum at the beginning of every assembly. On the other hand, the Speakers of the State Assembly and or any designated official inaugurate leadership and members of the respective state chapters of the Forum at the beginning of every assembly as well. In a short time from now, the YPF will be running a new election, another election for the 10th Assembly, where I will bow out and give chance to the person who emerges to be the chair. And it will be held under strict supervision of either the Senate President of the Speaker or the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and they are the ones to inaugurate the new YPF body. The leadership of the Forum emerges through election, facilitated by its Secretariat of the Forum, and under the supervision of the Senate President. Okay, I've explained that. Similarly, the Secretariat of the Forum, under the Office of the Clerk at state level, also facilitates the leadership of the Forum under the supervision of the Speaker of the State House of Assembly. The YPF has a structure. The leadership structure, the chairperson, an MP who emerges through election, a member of parliament, either a senator or a member of the House of Representatives. The deputy chairman, also a member who is also a senator or also a member of the House of Representatives. Then we have a secretary who is also a member or a senator. Then financial secretary who is also a member or House of Representatives. Please note that the secretary and the financial secretary emerge through consensus. Those offices are not elected. They emerge through consensus after the election of the chairperson and the deputy chair. The YPF has a secretariat, is comprised of parliamentary bureaucrats, primarily provide secretariat and technical support service to members of the Forum. It is central to the facilitation of robust engagements of the Forum with other bodies within and outside the country, such as state legislatures, parliaments of the country, of other countries, interparliamentary organizations, and development partners. In our case, when I joined the YPF. Mr. Bello Tunji, who just finished the panel, was our first clerk, very hands-on. I enjoyed working with him. And now we have Mr. Udo, he's the clerk of the YPF, very hands-on person as well, hardworking. In fact, they helped us put this presentation together. So whatever we do, they are the engine room. This is another example of what happens when a committee runs. They run the committee and members just ride on it. Tenure of the forum, I've explained. The tenure of the forum is just the life cycle of an assembly. So for the 10th assembly, immediately after election, a new chair emerges and he takes the mantle until the 11th assembly, and then another election happens and he leaves. The vision of the YPF. The vision is to have a vibrant parliament where issues affecting young persons, women, and people living with disabilities are prioritized and addressed. The mission is to promote representation and participation of young persons in parliament and wider political process. I remember, in line with this vision, earlier in the 9th Assembly, I tried, in collaboration with Yiaga Africa, to pursue a constitutional amendment that will give room for younger persons to have special seats in the House of Representatives, younger persons that are not among the 360. By extension, it means that we were going to have 12 additional seats in the House of Representatives. Well, unfortunately, that bill didn't see the light of the day, but we're back in the 10th Assembly, and by the grace of God, we shall give it another shot. Better experience this time. Sources of finance of the forum. There's annual levy, a minimum of 100,000 naira each from every member annually. Then there are donations, then project activity financing and technical support by the IPU, management of the National Assembly, State House Assembly, and development partners. So these are the sources of funding. I would like to speak on the last one. The National Assembly, Houses of Assembly, development partners. For most of the things we've been able to achieve in the YPF, we owe it to our development partners, the likes of Yiaga Africa, of course, without which this event wouldn't have been able to hold. This is an example of the collaboration that we've held over a period of time. And like I said the other day, if you want to succeed, please hang on to them like leeches. The truth is, they've been very instrumental to the success of parliamentarians in the National Assembly. Even in the state assemblies, I believe if you work with them, they will guide you through the processes and teach you. You can learn from these expanded sessions, and you can also have contacts with some of them and learn privately with them. I remember Samson was my mentor, Samson and Cynthia. I held them to them like there's no tomorrow. My life depended on them. And with that, we were able to succeed. The origin of the YPF Nigeria. YPF Nigeria was established in 2015, and it was adopted at the 122nd Assembly in Bangkok. The forum was first inaugurated by Senator Abubakar Bukola Saraki, the president of the 8th Senate, after the expiration of the 4-year term of the 8th National Assembly. Following the advent of the Assembly, the forum was sustained and inaugurated by Senator Dr. Ahmad Ibrahim Lawan, the president of the 9th Senate. And very soon, election for the leadership of the YPF of the 10th Assembly will be conducted to usher the new set of leaders and members of the forum, which will be inaugurated by Senator Chief Godswill Obot Akpabio, the current Senate President. The Nigeria chapter of the forum identifies with all the broad activities of the IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians above, and also targets the following specific objectives: to infuse a young perspective into the workings of the National Assembly and bring youth issues of interest to the attention of the leadership and members of the National Assembly. On this, we've had several, we've done a lot of things in the 9th Assembly to be able to achieve this objective. We've had cause to advocate for special funding for constituencies where members of the YPF represent. Only for a little glitch, we would have been able to succeed, and each member of the YPF would have had at least at the minimum 50 million naira project to his constituency, just for being a young person as an incentive. To enhance greater participation of young persons in parliament, leadership, governance, peace building, and the decision making. In this line, we also held a mentorship program early in the 9th Assembly, we had young people from across the country attached to members of the YPF, I think about 45, and they were coming to our offices for a year to understudy what we do, how we work. They follow us to the chamber and stay at the gallery for 1 year. And we did that in collaboration with Westminster Foundation, the WFD, to serve as a platform for bringing youth issues to the fore of the global parliamentary agenda and strengthening the involvement of young people in the IPU, to ensure a better follow-up and implementation of decisions and recommendations contained in the IPU resolutions on youth participation in the democratic process adopted by the 122nd Assembly in Bangkok, to provide a forum in which young persons in Nigeria can express their opinions, and to broaden diversity and inclusiveness of young persons, of young Nigerian parliamentarians. I remember when there was there was one, I think the life of the 9th Assembly, there was a crisis that rocked the country. It was what was it? One that we had to intervene with the Vice President. There was one riot that was happening. NSAS, thank you very much. Yeah, during the NSAS, we took a bold step. We addressed protesters, we addressed the Vice President, we held discussions and brought up solutions, we addressed the press. I think we did that in collaboration with Yiaga Africa as well. So these are some of the giant strides we've taken. Conferences of the forum, IPU assemblies and related meetings, IPU Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians. This involves members of National Assembly and State House Assembly, National Youth Parliament, National Youth Association, among others. IPU Africa Regional Conference of Young Parliamentarians, YPF Geopolitical Conference, and annual National Conference of the YPF Nigeria. Rules of Operational Guidelines and Action Plans of the YPF, 2023 to 2027. This we have pamphlets. I believe the Secretariat will make this available to you to go through so you understand the rules of engagement for YPF. This is the achievements of the forum from its inception. On the mandate given by IPU, the YPF of the National Assembly has, within the short time of its establishment, established on young persons inclusion projects, prominent among which include: 1. Hosting of the first and second YPF National Conference in 2015 and 2016 respectively, which brought together different youth groups with their inputs into national discourse, such as constitutional amendments. Hosting of the first Africa Regional Conference of Young Parliamentarians in the National Assembly in 2017. Hosting of Youth Week in Parliament in 2018 with a view to preparing young persons for greater participation in the democratic process of Nigeria. Active involvement of the YPF in the passage of the highly celebrated Not Too Young to Run Bill into law in 2018. Active participation of in the successful establishment and inauguration of the YPF Enugu and Bauchi State Houses of Assembly chapters of the YPF in 2019 and 2023 respectively. Active role of the forum in facilitating the draft and development of youth agenda setting for good governance across Enugu and Lagos State Houses of Assembly in 2019. Nigeria was elected as the representative of Africa on the board of YPF at IPU assemblies in 2018. Nigeria spearheaded the formation of YPF of the Parliament of Ghana. Successful publication and launch of a research work titled Legislative Response to COVID-19 Pandemic in 2020. Successful implementation of Politics with Values campaign project aimed at working with 40 volunteers to review, observe, and assess activities of members of the YPF in 2020. Successful collaboration with Yiaga Africa, Center for Legislative Engagement, to host Convergence 2.0, a conference for young elected representatives in 2019, which brought together and equipped young elected representatives of the National and State House of Assembly with necessary skills for legislation, representation, and oversight. Opening of a bank account for effective running of the forum at Heritage Bank, because there's a reason why this is captured here. It's committees are not allowed to hold accounts, and this isn't even a standing committee, it's a forum. So it was a Herculean task for us to be able to achieve that because the nature of the banking laws does not allow for forums to do that. So it was a lot of back and forth with the CNA and the speaker to assist, and at the end of the day, we were able to achieve that. The forum's quick response to issues of concern to young persons through issuance of press releases, e.g. the loss of lives and property, breakdown of law and order across the country due to NSAS peaceful protest led by young people at the Lekki toll gate on Tuesday, 20th of October 2020, the successful transition of the forum from 8th to 9th Assembly with demonstrated sustainability of the forum at the National Assembly, partnership of the forum with civil societies. The forum does not work in isolation. It seeks support from IPU and also partners with development partners with core mandate of promotion of parliamentary democracy and more especially promotion of inclusiveness in decision-making of young persons, women and people living with disabilities. Over the years, the forum has built positive relationships with development partners that are always willing to collaborate with it in project and program implementation. Some of the partners of the forum include the WFD, Yiaga Africa, the Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, CAS Foundation, among others. In conclusion, the strength of the forum lies in the commitment of members to the core objectives of the forum. Also, functional secretariats are required across all chapters of the forum for optimum facilitation of robust engagement of the forum with other bodies within and outside the country. Members are therefore encouraged to share ideas and dreams with the forum for pragmatic realizations of these objectives. Thank you for listening. I would like to sit down, and if there are any questions, please feel free. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, the chair. We know there will be questions, but before we open the floor for questions, let me invite the Speaker of the Oyo State House of Assembly to also share from his experience how the kind of support he's been exposed to has really helped him in his work, because we feel that information will be relevant for some of you, in addition to the YPF, just to note the resources that are available for you. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't call you the godfather of the youth, but I would really want to commend yourself and the other partners, especially of Yiaga, Madam Cynthia and the others. Thank you guys for what you do. And I also want to commend the honorable members. Of course, we started this thing at, I personally attended the first time at the 2.0. I think this was 2019. We held the program at Transcorp. I remember I was there with some members. Honorable Cephas also was there. I've also linked up with some other members also that we attended the program together, and thank God for keeping us up until this moment. Other members, other youth also in quotes, because I'm not sure how I classify myself these days, because I just turned 36 in February, and I was watching the reward that is up for good parliamentarians yesterday, and I was wondering if I'd passed it, but hopefully you use my past performance to judge that. But all in all, I really want to use this opportunity to encourage and appreciate all the youth in the parliaments, now either in state governments or in the federal governments, for your courage, for your stance, and for adding to what the general idea is. I remember in one of the Convergence that we came for at the time, and there was a particular word that I took that home with me as a lesson, is to disrupt the space, not in a negative way, of course in a positive way. Hopefully we'll have a critical mass of youth in governance that will help us shape the future of the country. It is a joy to have a different view, because that is what I look at as true democracy. It's not compulsory that we must always have the same view on every subjects. But as long as we can determine where the majority is and where the minority is, and as we always say in the parliament, the minority will have their say, but the majority will always have their way. I want to make this as broad as possible so that we can have questions of interaction, because I, in my own little capacity, feel like I'm not the same parliamentarian as I was in 2018 when I started. 2018, I started off as a member in the by-election. 2019, after the general election, I became speaker. The experience I had then compared to this experience I have as speaker is also different. And I can assure you that from 2019 to 2023, there's a difference in that as well. So the joy of every parliamentarian is longevity in the House. If you look at other developed countries, you have the United States, where you have people that have been in the House, the Senate and the reps for 30, 40, 50 years, even maybe. So I know our own political dynamics in Nigeria is different because of the cases of, you can only contest once. Even in some local governments, they share it between towns within the same local government, or twice at the most sometimes. Although some of us have been fortunate to contest 3 times. What we just need to do is, no matter how long or short we have, what is the impact that we're able to achieve at the time? Because, to be honest, we will not be there forever. If it was a permanent position, then none of us would be here today. You should just have it at the back of your mind that at one point you will leave the position that you are in today, and what is the best way that you can make an impact in your community. And I will say experience is always very critical and is very key in what we do. How do you gain experience? You can gain experience by tapping into the ideas and knowledge of people that have been there before you. I myself, I still tap into the knowledge and experiences of people that were there before, so that we do not make the same mistake in our own time. And I'll just leave this as the final closing, that it's not so pertinent or so important for you to go out every day, try to motivate more and more youth to get involved in, in the political space, directly or indirectly. As I always say, you being in the position that you are in today and performing your duties as you're supposed to perform your duties is already enough motivation for other youth that are outside. I'm happy to have met some of the honorable members, young honorable members, especially from Osho State. They came and they told me that seeing what we did in 2019, myself, Honorable Yusuf is right here, I believe it was about 25, 26 when he ran for the office. The Yiaga bill directly affected him. Honorable Samson Babalala as well from Oyo State was about 26, 27 at the time that they came into the House of Assembly in 2019. And they are both, one is the Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Babala of the House of Assembly, Oyo State, and Honorable Yusuf is the Deputy Chief Whip. And they've performed excellently well. Other good guidance, other good leadership. Now they've returned again as principal officers of the 10th House of Assembly 2 times. And that is because we gave the youth the opportunity to do it. The same way I was also given a youth an opportunity by my peers. And the most important thing, as I say, is to, whatever duty you are, whatever committee you are in, the most important thing is to make sure that you perform your duties as best as you can according to your capacity and willingness to serve. So I'll just leave it open and we can come back to it.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so the floor is open for questions, and maybe let's start with the YPF questions. Are there honorable members who have questions on the Young Parliamentarians Forum, to be specific? The Young Parliamentarians Forum. Oh, do we understand all that? Okay, the chairman said. Okay, there's some, you raised your hand. Okay, please, there's a hand here, in front. Can you turn on the mic? It's not working. Technical glitch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, my honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Eze Gabriel Ebechi from Enugu State, Isuzu constituency precisely. So, sir, I want you to put more light on how the forum is being run. You made a mention of a levy of 100,000 per annum, then probably 50 million naira support for constituency allowance. I may not hear it well. How that 50 million is being mentioned, I want to get it correct. Then another one is how the leadership is being selected and how to be a member, and probably if you are a member, how to attend the meetings. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a second hand here, and then, yeah, so anyways, Simon, one of you. Okay, yes.
Yeah, good evening, honorable members. My name is Honorable Deze Ernesto Kechku. I represent the good people of Idato North from Imo State. My questions will go like this, maybe one or two. First of all, I found out that Yiaga Africa, their age bracket. I want to understand the age bracket they are working with, and with YPN, or YPF?
YPF.
Okay, YPF. I think he said from 25 to 45, thereabout. Why Yiaga Africa works with from 25 to 35? Is it?
For some things.
For some
all.
things.
Yeah.
Let us make it unified, no? So that we fall into place. So please, as we are going with what I've understand so far, and the experience I've gotten here, this is our first time of me being in the house, and we are still within the age, but a little bit. So what will happen is this: I will encourage, because there's something you said the other day. If we have younger ones who are vibrant, who can able to attend to this is an opportunity for we to give to them. So I will do that. So please, what I'm only saying is that if we can find a unifying age bracket so that we'll not be going back and forth. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a third hand here, and then the lady. Okay, we'll take this for respond, and then we can go to the second round. Yes.
Okay. Right Honorables, Mr. Sampson, my honorable colleagues, I'm Gabriel Dewan. I represent the good people of Pangshin North State Constituency, Plateau State. I just want to ask our senior colleague, the chairman of the YPF, because virtually all he discussed is all about the young parliamentarians in the National Assembly. Now my questions goes like this. I don't know, at the YPF, at any point in time, is there any effort made to extend the leadership across the state assemblies? Or is there any collaboration effort that has been made in order to accommodate young parliamentarians at the state level? Because virtually since the establishment of the forum, as he read here, it's all about the National Assembly members. So we want to know, as state assembly members, how can we come in? Is there any meeting point, or is there any efforts made on ground in order to accommodate us? Because virtually all the leadership, everything, the 50 million naira the Inugu colleagues is talking about, all is about the young parliamentarian at the National Assembly. And for some of us who are at the State Assembly, and we are young too, so we need to know how far, so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then lastly for this round, the lady.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me stand on the existing protocol. My name is Honorable Obiajulo Princess Ugu, member representing Enugu South constituency, Enugu South Rural constituency in the 8th Assembly, and I am the Deputy Chief Whip. My question is for the chairman of the YPF. I know that the YPF was established in Enugu State. It was domesticated in Enugu in 2019. And I was among the youths who came up with a 5-agenda document for that parliament to work with. But after that inauguration, I didn't hear anything about the YPF in Enugu State again. So I'm wondering, is there something that the YPF at the national level can do to see that this established YPF in the states are vibrant and also working? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The first question was asking clarification about the 100,000 naira levy. Now, that levy is for members of the National Assembly, and those funds are domiciled for the use of National Assembly. Of course, we could use it to support national events, but each assembly, each chapter of the YPF are supposed to have their own levy and keep for functions of the YPF in their respective assembly chapters. Then the controversial 50 million naira project. Now, it is at the National Assembly level. We are grateful to God that amongst us there are speakers and deputy speakers and leaders of state houses of assembly here. So if you can, at your respective assemblies, you can push and see that if you can have some budgetary allocations for members of the YPF. This is with a view to encouraging young persons' participation in politics and giving them a fair chance, because younger persons are always marginalized in almost every environment you find yourself. You could see a ranking member who is older with projects of billions in his constituency, but a young person who doesn't have a chance or who doesn't have a voice only has the statutory zonal intervention project and the 100 million capital intervention. So that would give them an opportunity to push and do more for the people that they represent. So it is not like they're going to give you, it doesn't go to the state chapters, that stayed at the National Assembly. Then the membership, I had explained it in my presentation, the membership of the YPF is for everyone who is 45 years and below at the time of election. And of course, the activity of the YPF depends on the inauguration of the YPF in your state assembly. I hope I've answered your questions. Then the second person asked about the age difference between YPF recognizes 45 and Yiaga Africa recognizes 35. Now, the national youth policy is what recognizes 35. Yiaga Africa is operating within the ambit of Nigeria, and so it will use that age, and that is why in fact, they had to shift it. I remember we had an argument with Samson back and forth as to what age should we accept. So I think the national youth policy age is 29, but they lifted it up a bit just to accommodate more people. As for the YPF, we recognize 45 because that is what the IPU recognizes, and the IPU recognized 45 because of African countries and some Asian countries. If you go to IPU assemblies, we are the ones that has the least young people. Assemblies from Europe have people as young as 20, 18, and a lot of them come to events. So if it's, say, 35 or 20 or 29 or 30, you would realize that there is a little participation from African countries. So that age gap was raised for us to have a better participation in IPU events. I hope I've answered yours too. Question 3 said extending the leadership of the YPF to state assemblies. So it's not possible. However, each chapter has its own leadership structure. Because the IPU guideline is clear, it says that the National Assembly will have a leadership structure, its own, and the leadership structure is just the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, which are elected, and then the secretary, the general secretary, and the financial secretary, who are nominated. So that is expected to be done in each state assembly, and that is the way the assembly would function, and the YPF at that state assembly would function. The last question, she said YPF was inaugurated in Enugu. That's true. That was the first YPF state assembly chapter to be inaugurated in the country. For lack of activity, it boils down to the chapter. I believe we invited you for an event in Imo, Owerri, sometime in 2021. That was our first, 2020, February 2020. February, March 2020, yeah. That was our first retreat is a policy drafting retreat. And I believe somebody came from the assembly, one young person. I want to remember his name. Is it Ogbonna or so? I can't remember. But yeah. So, be that as it may, state chapters will ensure activity in their chapters. It is to replicate what is in the YPF guidelines book, just to do those activities within your state that would improve participation of young persons, women, and people living with disabilities in governance. Then the last question, okay, she said, what do we do to ensure vibrancy? Like I said, it is for you to, within the assembly, create activities for young persons that would ensure young people's participation and speak up where there is need for young people, where there is marginalization, wherever you see issues affecting young people, the YPF should rise up and speak. We've had calls to do newspaper publications, we've issued advisories, we've issued severally on newspapers. So that's it. I hope I've answered all the questions. Thank you. Samson has little to add. So.
There's Samson and there's Simon. All right. I just want to add, particularly in two areas. One is the vibrancy of the states assembly YPFs. I could remember during the last session, Dr. Tunji made mention of what makes a committee juicy is the capacity of the leadership of that committee and also the capacity of the clerk to support that. So I think it's a challenge. Maybe we throw it back to you that YPFs in our respective states depends on what we make out of it. What the 9th YPF National Assembly did, I'm sure we moved from what we inherited in the 8th Assembly, and we're hoping that the 10th Assembly will do much better than that. So maybe we throw it back to ourselves. I know quite a number of YPFs at the respective states assemblies were established. Maybe the clerk or anybody from the desk, I'm sure there are about 4 or more that have been inaugurated within the last 4 years. So that's just to respond a bit on that part. And then the issue of age, Samson, this is more or less to Yiaga. I know Yiaga has taken a decision, and they have gone through a lot of processes to have established their position concerning age. I heard yesterday when they mentioned that their first prize and whatever is people within the age bracket of 35 as such elections. So I want to speak in favor of YPF and also speak as an ambassador of YPF. If you are interfacing with YPF and you are trying to strengthen the activities of YPF, which this platform is, I think you have to consider the age of the YPF rather than the age of the youth brackets. Because even the speaker, Mr. Speaker, could you please hit the gavel?
Hands. If you are above 35, can you raise your hands? If you are above 35, so on behalf of all of us, I'm going to write a protest letter to Simon. And that age would rise. And those in favor say aye. Aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it.
So let's take the last part of the questions. So he raised his hand first, so let's give him the mic. Any other? Okay, there are 3. Yeah, so we take this so we can close. Yes.
My name is Samuel Agada. I'm from Benue State, representing Ogbadibu State constituency. My question is largely been answered, but there's a part of it that is not so clear. For YPF, in some states, they disregard the activities of YPF because maybe the people, the speakers, and majority of them are not within the age. And if peradventure that is done and there are people within the age bracket and the leadership is not interested in the activity of YPF, how do we, within this age, mobilize ourselves to get it activated? That's the question.
Can we bring the mic to...
Good evening, honorable colleagues and the organizers of this program. I want to humbly direct this question to the convener, or let me say the director. That's Mr. Samuel, no you. I want to commend this platform that you've given to us. I've learned quite a whole lot, and I know it's going to actually help me when I go back to the state to bring more legislative service delivery for my people who gave me this mandate. But I would like to know, because I've been very observant, I would want to know, do you have plans for, because I know it's all about youth empowerment, gathering of young elected legislators, but being a woman and also concerned about more than the marginalized group that make up more than 70% of the population, I would want to know, Yiaga Africa, do you have plans for women improvement and initiatives and programs that can improve our productivity? Because I've been hearing just about youth. Are there programs for women? Because if I get to see such, it will help me a lot, and let me see how we can collaborate and bring it down to my state, which is Anambra. And my name is Honorable Nkechi Ogbuefi. I'm the only female legislator in my state, Anambra, and I come from Peter Obi's constituency. So I'm obedient. So it's actually of urgent importance to me. I would want to know if you have such programs. It will actually help us, the women, a lot, because we are always, when you see the number here, the men are more. So sometimes our voice is not being heard. So please, I want to know if you have such. I would want to utilize and benefit from it. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'm Honorable Amir Ahmad Keita, representing the good people of Sape West from Zamfara State. My question is, with regard to the issue of strengthening the effort of YPF, is there any work plan for YPF to visit almost every state of Nigeria in terms of strengthening the effort, creating awareness among the parliamentarians in the state in terms of like the leadership of the state assemblies, to get acquainted with who are these people, what are the qualities, and what can they offer to the state, and what benefit can the state derive from the national leadership and international leadership? That is the first question. The second question is there any effort that the leadership is making in maybe like sending a letters to the executive arms to make sure that they supported the members of YPF in various states? Thank you.
Last question, Honorable Bob.
Thank you. My name is Otobong Bob, Nsurubium State Constituency, Akwa Ibom State. Let me use this opportunity to thank Yiaga for giving us this platform once again. Like the speaker, I was one of the attendees at the Convergence 2.0, and I think about 3 or 4 of us have returned back into the House of Assembly. So I think that also gives great credence and credit to Yiaga Africa. But my question goes to the chairman YPF, or would I say it's a contribution? Well, I can see we've been automatically excluded from the leadership positions, from contesting for chairman and maybe deputy chairman. And the other offices available at the National ESCO are by virtue of consensus. And you've said we should go and establish chapters in our various states. In a state like mine, where I'm probably the only one, I alone cannot form a chapter. And I also believe there is strength in numbers. Just like they have in the Conference of Speakers, as much as they have the National Conference of Speakers, they've also broken it down into geopolitical zones. They have South-South, Southeast, Northeast, North-Central, Southwest. So there's also an advice, or I would say a suggestion, so that we can also have those strength in numbers, and also for logistics. Since you might not directly fund transport and things like that, it might be hard for some members to attend some of your meetings. And what we want is more meetings, more engagements for young parliamentarians, so that we can always discuss and bring forth our ideas. So this would be my own humble suggestion. If there is a way, the YPF can also break down from national to subnational levels, so that we can interact at various geopolitical levels to also give us strength in numbers, because there are some certain things we might want to advocate on that is peculiar to our states or to our geopolitical zones. And when we have those numbers, I could probably partner with a member from Cross River, Rivers, Bayelsa, anywhere in the South-South, and we might be able to voice out on those particular issues. So since it's just me in my assembly, even though I have a colleague here, but she might not fall within the Yiaga, the 25 to 35, but YPF also allows us to have up to 45. So we will want a platform where we can also interact at that level, because coming to Abuja, sometimes is not very convenient for most of us that, on the weekends, legislators work, on the weekdays we work. So we need a platform where we can also interact on that level. And I'd also advise, this is a good platform for you to create a database for young parliamentarians. We are all here. It wouldn't take the YPF secretariat to get our phone numbers, create a WhatsApp group, or create any other group, so that you can also pass information across to us as timelessly as possible. So that would be my own advice, that would be my own suggestion, and I hope it will be carried by our chairman. Thank you very much, sir.
Very much. The first person who asked questions, I wanted to ask, are you from Kano or from Benue? Oh, really? You are one of them? Oh, I'm glad to know that it extends to Benue. Your first question was talking about small membership in certain state caucuses, small number of YPF members in certain state caucuses. Just like my brother from Zamfara also asked that, the last question asked that he might be the only one or two of them in their states. Just before now, we were just speaking with Simon on the need to revisit our earlier plan for the 9th Assembly. In the 9th Assembly, our action plan included regional conferences for YPF and youth groups. And we had that to do advocacy and enlightenment on certain social ills and a number of issues affecting young persons, which included mentorship and taking up responsibility in leadership positions and all. We didn't do that because one, COVID came. So after COVID, we couldn't do it because it was already at the heat of politicking. So everybody had to go back to his constituency to make sure that we're back here. So that was the inhibition we had. But inshallah, this 10th Assembly, I believe, is still part of our action plan, and we will still come to them, Simon, with our begging process to ask for funding for those conferences. It will happen this time around by God's grace. You also asked if there's lack of interest from the leaders of your assembly. if there's lack of interest, like has been said here over and over again, how you project yourself and the relevance you create is what gives value to whatever you do. If there's no interest, leave them. Once we come integrate your chapter, start your activities. If your activities are good enough, they will need you, they will rally you. You become like a cornerstone that nobody can reject. So that's it. But create activity, do the needful, continuous engagement with the public where needed, lend your voices to youth causes and all of that. At some point, they will need you because you become sort of a bridge between the assembly or the government and the young persons. I remember during the NSAS, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Bajabiamila, relied on us to interact with the young people that he interacted with at his office. And that is because we've made ourselves relevant in that regard. That's that for you. You asked if there's a state to visit plan to visit every state of the Federation. There is, but not in the way you are thinking about it. There is because we intend to visit every state to inaugurate the YPF chapters there. And you asked also if we have any plan to bring your executives on board with it. Yes, certainly. In the process of establishing every YPF chapter in every assembly, when you go to that state, one of the things you do is a courtesy call to the governor. And that will ensure that the governor knows of the existence of the YPF and give you, we crave his indulgence to accord you every necessary support where the need comes on. But by and large, the activities of the YPF are purely parliamentarian activities. Funding and everything lies within the parliament. If your speaker, it's just to lobby him and have him come on. The speakers of the state assemblies are the ones who inaugurate those YPF chapters. Then the last person who asked questions, I've asked her the first question. The second question where you said database, if we can create a database and we work together. So I would like to be very clear. You see, the YPF at the center is just a coordinating body. We have not excluded you from leadership positions. That is not how it is. The IPU is very clear in its guidelines. Every level of assembly has its own leadership. And that is why from the state you cannot join the leadership of the National Assembly. So we have our leadership positions in the National Assembly. The state chapters will have its own respective leadership positions. In a state like yours, we can still integrate. It's not out of place to do that. And it gives you a special privilege being an only member. If you know your ways, it gives you a special privilege because once you raise your voice and cry and say that you are being marginalized, they would have to look at you and support the causes which you bring to the floor of the House. So it's not a bad idea. We can create a forum, but we are not designed to work together like hook, line, and sinker. However, we can work together on issues affecting young people. For instance, during the NSAS, I remember when we issued a statement, we sent an advisory to a few state assemblies like Lagos and Enugu to also do the same in their states so that there will be echo across the country from young people from YPF. So, but we cannot issue a statement together. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So we are working on the same ideals, but we are working individually to achieve the same goal. So that is how the whole thing is designed. Thank you very much.
Yes, okay. Quickly.
Yeah, just to add a bit of it, particularly in terms of monitoring visits to state YPF, it is interesting to note that the YPF as a forum without a very strong secretariat will not be able to achieve that. And part of what we've been, how do I put it, promoting in recent times is to see how the secretariat of the YPF, particularly that of the National Assembly, is strengthened enough to be able to work with civil society organizations to achieve that. I want to bring it to note, it seems people are speaking in similar direction. And I've spoken with the head of the Center for Legislative Studies, Yetunde, on the move from the National Assembly to actually establish until an office has been allocated to that effect. So working, strengthening, maybe to Samson more, strengthening the secretariat and working with the civil society organizations will help achieve that goal to that effect. Thank you.
Honorable colleague from Imo actually asked a question, and then my colleague here says something that collaborates with his own. You know, YPF National operates as a mother body to all the YPF across the state. But my own concern here is he asked something about the 50 million that you say you people try to assess from, I think, international organization, or is it from within the, okay, within the National Assembly? All right, I thought it's from the international organization. Maybe you wanted to assess for the constituency project, maybe to assist. That's where I'm coming on. Another thing is, I don't know if it is going to be possible. This is a very good forum, like you rightly mentioned. For us to have this kind of gathering again, to have like 100 or above young parliamentarians is going to be very difficult. I believe YPF could have taken advantage of this forum to establish, even if it is the zonal, not the national forum, so that at least, like you rightly mentioned, some states have one, some have even none within that age bracket. But having this kind of forum, you can just say northeast, southwest, go to your site, select your leaders, submit to us. You can now start engaging with them from there. I think this will be a very good forum for us to achieve that. If not, so many of us here, you are hearing us, we are not talking, we don't even know the function or the existence of YPF until today. Like me, I was in the House of Assembly in 2014, 2015. I am back now. I've never heard of it. This is my first time of hearing about it. And I know there are so many young people here that didn't hear about it. So I believe this forum organized by Yiaga is very important for us to take advantage of it so that all of us will be carried along in your activities for the benefit of our own constituencies. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. As we try to bring this to a close, let me make a few remarks. The first one, as it relates to state chapters of the Young Parliamentarians Forum, I think what is clear is you have the duty and the responsibility to set it up. You who is present here, you have the duty to set it up. So, why we put this on the agenda is when you set it up, there are leaders here who you can contact to say, hey, we have a Young Parliamentarians Forum in our assembly. We want to formalize and also plan the inauguration of the YPF in your chapter. This is why the chairman is here, the secretary is here, as well as the clerk of the YPF are here. So after this meeting, please feel free to contact them to get or receive their contact details. And if you want, we can also send it to you. So that's one. The second thing is to note that the 10th Assembly just commenced. So they're still trying to settle down and then marshal out what's the plan of action. And that is taking a while. And I know that there are technical meetings that have been designed perhaps sometime next week after the convergence, because all of these are intentionally arranged. After this convergence, we're going to sit down and then look at what will be the framework for moving forward, and then we can now come back, to say this is the approach that we are all going to take. So I'll plead with you to be patient. A lot of things will move very fast as soon as things get started, because like the chairman said, at the beginning of a new assembly, an election is conducted in the National Assembly. So a new leadership needs to emerge. So once that is sorted, it can now provide a direction, because all of these are processes. So it's important we understand that. But what's really critical is you have a duty to set it up, and once you set it up, feel free to link up with the national, and the national can inaugurate the forum at the state level. A lot of the things that have come up are also things that perhaps we're going to discuss next week when we look at the framework. And on the question about a database, now this convergence is in partnership with the YPF. So while we ask you to sign the attendance sheet, because the YPF is also going to have those details. So they will have your contact. So everyone who is part of the convergence and you registered, rest assured that your details, as long as they're correct, will be with the YPF, and the YPF is going to put that in the database, and we're going to talk about how to manage and deal with that. To the honorable member from Anambra, yes, we do have plans for female legislators. And even before you spoke, I was going to announce that there will be a small meeting for the female legislators. And my colleague Cynthia and Yetunde will rally you. I think the meeting is going to be in this hall. Yeah, so the meeting will be in this hall. So for the female legislators, please stay back once we are done. So you can have a small meeting, just female legislators only meeting. We've done this a couple of years, and it's been a very useful platform. So that request that you made, there's already a response for that. So after the proceedings, please do stay behind in this hall, and there will be a meeting with the female legislators. I think that the issue about age has come up over and over again, and there is a protest letter. And so we expect the protest letter. And since the protest letter is in the offing, it means this matter is sub judice. So I may not be able to comment on issues relating to age. But I just wanted to know that status quo still remains. And no, it said I should comment about, yeah, it is. But status quo still remains. But on a more serious note, the reason why, first, there are under 45s who are here, because Yiaga Africa is interested and will continue to work with legislators who are under 35, because our partner, the YPF, has set the benchmark, because IPU sets the benchmark. So please note that as long as you're within that threshold, Yiaga Africa will definitely engage with you. We will definitely work with you. Now, there are some, sort of issues, and I know where this is actually coming from, is in relation to things like the Not Too Young to Run Leadership Prize. And let me explain why we peg 35. The African Youth Charter says the youth age is between 18 and 35, right? And I hope you also know that in our work, we also try as much as possible to ensure that a category of young people are not marginalized. Because we know some of you who are 45, you may be second-timers, you may have a lot of, your political journey is a bit advanced compared to these young people. And because the age was reduced to 25, we have a special bias for these young people, because that's their first entrance into what? Into politics. So we pay close attention to those category of people as a way of inspiring them to be like some of you who are 40 and above. Because those of you who are 40 and above, the assumption is you have a lot of experience. You've achieved and you've accomplished. And for these new entrants, we believe that let's pay close attention to them so they can play the long game of politics. That's the rationale, behind limiting the age to 35. We also have this debate at Yiaga Africa. We have this debate every time. But we just need to come down so you don't sideline those people. I know the chairman does not agree with this explanation. We will wait for the protest the protest letter, but we'll see what we can do. The other announcement I need to make is because some of you are asking questions about what kind of support is available. And for those of you who have been part of Convergence pre-election, we make it very clear that as an organization, we do not provide funding, to politicians or to candidates. We are unable to do that. But one thing we assure you that we can do, and you've heard testimonials from people we've worked with for years, is we will provide technical support. Is it capacity building? Please, we are just a call away. We'll be there for you. Is it bills analysis or bill scrutiny? Just like NILS does, we also complement what NILS, and that's the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies. You can count on us to run or perform bills analysis and bill scrutiny for you. You can also count on us to provide networking opportunities. And that's something that is quite valuable. And we've seen that over the last 16 years. That is very valuable. The networks, never underestimate the kind of networks that you build amongst yourself or the kind of networks you build with the people that you interface with. And we have catalog of stories of young people who have maximized those network opportunities. We also have stories of people who have also misused those opportunities. And some of them, have fallen by the wayside. So please see this as an opportunity, maximize it as much as you can. We are here for you. We're also here to provide visibility for you and for the work that you do. And with media visibility, we're here to do that. And that is why one of the things that we are doing, I don't know if my colleagues have reached out, after this session, we would like to take individual photos of members, and particularly headshots of members, because we're going to be creating this as part of the website, where if anyone is trying to locate any young legislator, right, you can go to that platform and you will access that information. Now, the YPF's website would also have that resource, and I know we've had that discussion, but this content and this that we are producing is also for this information. And just this afternoon, in fact, there are some organizations that are already asking us to link them with young parliamentarians who are either working in a particular field. And so it is important that you share some of those contacts with us so we can easily reach you. Sometimes it's a challenge reaching some of you. There are more young legislators out there, but we tried to send text messages to people. Some people didn't respond. And when you don't respond in that way, we consider it as lack of interest. If you don't respond to our messages, if you don't respond to our calls, we consider it as lack of interest. And I always say this, and I use these guys as examples because we've worked with them. You see this gentleman on my left? He is the Speaker of the Oyo State House of Assembly. You know him very well. There has never been, since 2018, any time you beckon on the Speaker, he would always respond. There's no time that we have called on him that he has not responded. And we celebrate him. And there are a lot of you here. I can see all the honorable members, including our darling Rukayat, who just got into the National Assembly. And let me strongly say this, and based on experience. When you say no, or when you don't respond, you don't know what opportunities you are losing. And even if it's just courtesy, because identity also matters. So please, we implore you, be responsive. When YPF calls you, be responsive. There are other organizations that would also call you. So please try to be available as your schedule permits. We do understand that it could be very tasking and exhausting for you, because we have done this for years. We have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. We've seen young legislators from 2015 We know why some of them didn't come back. We know why some people came back. And just give us the benefit of that experience. And when we come making some demands of you, we know why we're making those demands. Because we believe in the long run is going to be beneficial to you. So please, after the closing keynote and all the announcements, I think the photos will be taken outside. You get today, right? The stream 2, the hall at stream 2. We have multiple cameras, so it will be very fast, so that once it goes up, please, if you don't participate, please don't come back tomorrow and say, why is your photo not on the website? And some of you, you know, you can write petitions so much. We know you can write petitions. So please, now that you have the opportunity, please make hay while the sun shines. I don't know if there are any other announcement, but we can't close this event without calling on the Right Honorable Speaker from Osun State, who will deliver a closing address so we can draw this to a close. So, Right Honorable Speaker, please give him a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. All protocols duly observed. It's a rare privilege for me to stand before you this beautiful evening. This is my first experience with Yiaga Africa. And I'm glad I'm part of this. I appreciate this opportunity given to me to deliver the closing remarks at the conference organized by Yiaga for young elected lawmakers in the national and state houses of assembly. It is pertinent that I commend Yiaga's long-standing dedication to advocacy for inclusive governance. I first took particular note of Yiaga's efforts when the NotTooYoungToRun campaign gained momentum and became a national discourse. Such dedication to campaign for inclusiveness has positively influenced our political landscape and the disposition of its key players. Having successfully made a case for the empowerment of young politicians in the political space, it is also commendable that Yiaga built upon the achievement with training and retraining of young elected public office holders to ensure that we deliver on the mandates that we now enjoy. The conference, deemed the Convergence 5.0, Leadership, Power, and Politics, has delivered important lessons to us, participants, and I'm convinced that these lessons will help us deliver more efficiently in our current roles as young leaders and policymakers. I charge you, my friends and dear colleagues, to internalize the lessons learned at this conference and utilize them in the delivery of efficient service to the people who have entrusted us with their mandates. I also charge Yiaga to intensify efforts of this nature so that the gains of the NotTooYoungToRun campaign are optimally harvested and used as launchpad for other developmental advocacy in the future. I am convinced that as we all go back to our various public service assignments, we return as better representatives of the people and ambassadors of the youth community that we all represent. In the end, Nigeria shall be a better place for all of us, riding upon the strength of youth like you and I, who are committed to visionary leadership, ethical politics, and people-oriented use of power. Thank you all for listening, and have a safe trip back to your various destinations.
Well, I thought we could do better than that. Well, thank you very much. It will be remiss of me if I don't, say this, that one of the things that, we also do is generational solidarity. I don't know if some of you remember when the Speaker of the Plateau State House of Assembly was unlawfully, illegally removed from office a few years ago. Now, one of the things that we did, a few months ago, as part of the solidarity, we rallied around him and provided a lot of support to him. And even at some point, even pulling him out of Plateau State and bringing him to Abuja to provide that solidarity for him. I say this because at the end of the last session, he secured his mandate back from the court. And we are so grateful, and we really celebrate the fact that he wrapped that session up as the Speaker of the Plateau State House of Assembly. Because we know sometimes you would have challenges. And when you have challenges, especially if you are on the right path, know that we will be your partners. But if you're on the wrong path, just know that Yiaga Africa will be the first to call you out. Just know that we will be the first to call you out. I see Clefas laughing behind. They know our story and how, we operate. But to also the leadership, things like legislative agenda are things that we also do, and we supported some of the speakers. And those are the things some of my colleagues have more than available and the support they have to provide to you. So from all of us at Yiaga Africa, would want to say thank you, and let me appreciate all our volunteers who have worked to ensure that all the logistics for this event, moved seamlessly. May I invite all our volunteers to please come to the front so we can give you a round of applause in appreciation for your support to the success of the Convergence 5.0. Can we have our volunteers, please, quickly? Please appreciate these guys, please. Please. Well, they are more than, are they shy? Do you think it's easy to have honorable members clap for you? Please give them a round of applause. These are the guys who have worked to make this Convergence 5.0 very successful. They are not staff of Yiaga Africa, but they volunteer their time and their resources. Would like to say thank you. So please do take a bow. Thank you. May I especially invite the Secretariat of the Young Parliamentarians Forum. I see the clerk and your team. Please, can you come? Because it's important that they also see you so they can relate with you directly. Clerk and your team, please also give them a round of applause. They've also been working. That's the clerk. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. So please, if you, any question? Oh, well, the chair has protested. The applause is not enough for his people. So please. They've worked with us, tirelessly as well to make this happen. So thank you very much. Please do take a bow. And lastly, to the Yiaga Africa team, please, can you also come so we can appreciate you? I know they've been in your face in the last 48 hours. They will continue to be in your faces. So please, can the team come for recognition and appreciation? I can't find Sanusi. Okay, yeah, okay. Sanusi is not here. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is the wonderful team that has planned this and executed this excellently well. So thank you very much. Thank you. With that, I would say thank you. Thank you. And may the Almighty grant you journey mercies to your respective destination. And please, as you go back to your state and your constituency, always remember that Yiaga Africa, the YPF, is solidly behind you. So please go make impact, because we can't wait to celebrate you. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your evening. The national anthem. The national anthem. So the female legislators, please stay behind, and then the pictures will be taken outside. So female legislators, please stay behind. Thank you.